search ads, display ads, and Gmail ads. After that, we will be learning about Facebook advertising. Post that, we have covered few tips for maximizing ROI. Then later on, we will be learning about Instagram ads in detail. Then lastly, we have covered how to start a career in digital marketing and followed by digital marketing interview questions and answers. By utilizing the strategies we have listed in this video, I'm very sure you can increase the brand awareness and click through rate across many channels by investing in organic and paid search together. On saying that, let's begin the session.
So here's what search engine marketing basically means. SEO is more organic. It's more things done in the back end, right? It's more thing about how you set up your website, how you put relevant content over there, how you follow certain best practices, etc., and content quality, all of that to get your website to trend higher organically. Whereas SEM is inorganic. Now, in the digital ecosystem, inorganic means that you have given some paid push behind it. So you will hear me use this word inorganic quite frequently. It just means that you have put some money behind it to make that work, right? And search engine marketing very often is called PPC advertising. It may not be the best way to define that particular domain, but people used to call it PPC, especially in the past, because it was one of those first forms of advertising where you are clicking as, where you're paying as per clicks, correct? So very often when people use words like PPC marketing, do double check or from the context, try to infer if it is search engine marketing that they are referring to. Yeah. So this is a very simple analogy of how search works, right? Sometimes to understand things in the digital world, the best way is to find an equivalence in the search engine marketing. A lot of it is about understanding the bidding process. So what is bidding? So basically there is one inventory. An inventory means a placement or a search that a person is making, and what is the reply that is given to that person, right? So that's basically the inventory. On that inventory, and that inventory is allocated based on the keywords that people search. So based on what is the keyword that somebody has keyed in, if there are multiple brands trying to push an ad against that keyword, you have to have a bidding strategy, correct? Now, if you do not have bidding, where does that engine struggle? The engine will not be able to prioritize, or the engine's behavior could become random, right? Just think of a world where, let's say, Google search exists, but it doesn't have bidding. Let's say you start searching something like, okay, best fonts that I can buy. And let's say ads are not served on a bidding basis, but ads are just served on a CPM basis. What could happen is anyone who has just brought that placement may just get the solution. Now it may look like acha, Google made a lot of money, but it doesn't automatically optimize for what consumers are searching for. So a bidding and the rules that they have set into this bidding process and optimizations kind of take into account the consumer behavior as well. So a lot of aspects are actually considered while something like a bidding engine is built, and you will see those rules and policies as we delve into this further. So conversion funnel has stages like awareness, consideration, purchase intent, and even conversion. Very often, search, a lot of it is in the deeper funnel. So sometimes, and because people have already a certain awareness about a product or a need that they have, and they want to satisfy that, and they are searching for solutions. So now these are three leading search engines that I have listed. Very often, why? Because it might be your default search engine in your browser, because Microsoft owns it, or some people actually categorically have a preference for Bing, right? And a lot of people sometimes move away from Google search also for privacy related reasons, but that's a very niche segment. Overall, these three are the larger search engine platforms currently. And about 10 years back or 12 years back, a lot of people used to invest almost equally on Google or Yahoo, because Yahoo ads was very big at that point of time. So those days, someone in search will not say, "Acha, I'm in Google search or I'm in Yahoo search." they would try to like work hard on both, right? Later came a period where Google slowly won over all the market share because they were exceptionally good at it. Now, if you look at world over, Google has that dominance, right? And it is clear from this market share. So you don't think about the consoles right now, think of the desktop and mobile environment. You would see that Google absolutely dominates this. And there's always Bing, Baidu, Yahoo, etc. coming in with smaller shares. But we don't have to think about Baidu, right? We don't have to worry, solve for Baidu currently. Okay, Baidu is basically similar to what Google is for China. So this is something very interesting that you can do. You know, whenever you're free, just search on YouTube for digital apps in China, because they have blocked Facebook or Google. There are alternatives in China like Baidu and WeChat, right? Some of these apps are very big, and you know they have their own ecosystem of gaming apps, search, e-commerce, and all of that has given rise to a very unique environment. Sometimes, you know, looking at a very different market can really help you get some grip on your digital marketing concepts too. Because currently the familiarity of just knowing Google, Facebook, etc. can sometimes become a detractor to learning also when you're starting fresh. But to exactly get a neutral point of view of what these softwares are, what these platforms are doing for us, look at a country where these are not there and try to find their equivalents there. That's a very interesting strategy you can follow to understand consumer behavior and how various apps are solving for it. So Baidu is only in China, and that's why you see a lower market share internationally for Baidu. Now, for practical purposes, since Google has about 95% market share effectively on mobile, and in India, a lot of search is mobile. If you know Google Ads, that should cover for most of your search requirements. But large companies or companies which usually retail very high value goods very often try to have a very active strategy on Bing ads as well. Because like some of you guys said, a few of you may still have Bing as their preferred platform, and there might be lesser competition of bidding. So it might be an easier conversion. But net, Google Ads, if you learn as a platform, that will solve 99% of your requirements most probably, whether it's in terms of seeking employment or running your business. It should solve 99% of your requirements. So Google Ads used to be called as AdWords. Till a few years back, I think about 3 years back, it used to be called AdWords. At that point of time, Google had a different, Google also had a product called AdSense, which was for the publisher side. So now if you're a consumer, at the same time, the publisher used to have AdSense. Now AdWords, AdSense, add this, add that. And it was really confusing for consumers and business users a while back. So I think Google decided to just simplify and started calling it Google Ads. So we will start with search advertising in Google here. Very simple. All of you know what search is. I don't have to explain it to you guys at all, right? So here you can see the results when I search for domestic holiday packages. Right away, a few of those packages that are relevant are listed here. So obviously you can see various websites. So this is actually prepared by someone, but not me, but I'm just, stepping into the shoes of the user and seeing. So the user is checking for domestic holiday packages. So the user is not very specific. He's not very clear about which location does he want to tour or which country he wants to tour. But he's clear that, okay, probably somewhere in India is what I should search. So a search query has come in. Google knows X number of details about this person who's searching. And based on which are the brands who have bid on the keywords that he has entered here, they have shown various ads as per various ranks. You know, it is dependent on something called ad ranking. But all you need to know is identifying the paid ads. So the top 4 are paid ads here, right? And below that, you will slowly, you will see some of those organic results as well, which doesn't necessarily have this ad cut ticker on it. Another kind of ad that you can, another kind of paid advertising that is there is display ads. So I'm just going to spend a couple of minutes on a few kinds of advertising, and we will start delving deeper into search. So display ads are basically advertising that shows these banner ads. So you may have seen them whenever you browse websites on your mobile or desktop. Product listing ads are another kind of ads which usually come in search. So when you search, all of a sudden there's a catalog that becomes visible here. And if you would see, there is already a sponsored tab here, and you can see various products that are related to your keywords getting listed here. This was not a very evolved product, till a few years back. It was still a little sketchy. This is very good, internationally. There were some markets where this was performing well, and in fact, they used to outsource this work to Indians in terms of like creating product listing ads. And they are very often linked to the catalog of the brand. But if you can see, it is linked to Adidas and above, for example. Another version of advertising where all the search and GDN and everything gets mishmashed is called universal app campaigns. So most probably you guys may not be using UAC if you are doing, if you're working for a smaller firm, or you're entering a firm with lesser budgets, or it's not a very tech-centric company or an e-com company, etc. But for large advertisers, UAC is bread and butter. So you may have noticed the word universal, correct? It just means nothing, but if you have a marketing objective, you can use any property available in the Google universe to have that marketing goal met. So for example, there is universal app campaigns for installs. What I would do when I'm running, let's say, a UAC campaign for installs, my aim is to get a Swiggy app installed in a user's phone. I will create a bunch of search ads. I will create a bunch of display banners. I will create a bunch of short videos. And I add all of this into the mix of a UAC campaign. So instead of addressing each of these bit by bit and working on optimizing each of these three elements, I would add all of that into a mix and run a campaign together. So I don't specifically say that, acha, put 30% money on search or 30% money on display, but I may be giving very target-oriented inputs to Google. So these are relatively easier to optimize as well, because they are usually run at large scale. Usually it depends on leftover inventory or low price inventory to get you more money, get you more value for the money you spend as well. So this is another stream of campaigns that are fairly common in the Google universe. Now, why I said or why I mentioned all of this is there are also some elements of search in here. Like for example, in a product listing ad, there is a search aspect there, right? Or if I come to universal app campaigns, there is also an aspect of search there. Now what we will do is specifically get into the details of cracking. So obviously you need to create a Google Ads account, correct? You are the administrator of the site. You can easily go and create a Google Ads account against your business. Right now, you may have done some personal sites you may have created. Same way you can create it for a business also, right? One more thing is your Google Ad account wants a feedback in terms of, okay, somebody clicked on the ad. Now, did they come to a website, or what action did they take on the website? Or based on the action that they took on the website, if you have to show a future ad to that person, you need some integration of Google API, a Google JavaScript or Google API or a Google SDK. Don't worry what these are. These are basically integrations on websites or apps where you allow a piece of software from that advertising platform to just sit on your system. So this is basically a tag creation. So I have oversimplified it here, but many often, so and it's easy to understand. So when you actually go to any web page, and any web page which lets you see the source code, you can just right click and see and search around, and you will see some Google related words over there to help some tagging, right? But do not worry about this. This is not usually a marketer's job. So this violet circle, you don't have to understand that. your tech team, IT team, or your technology team in your company will do. Okay. No need for you to understand. All you have to do is tell them that, guys, this has to be done, and give them a Google link, and they will just search on Google and they will do. And most of them may have already done it, because Google and Facebook are so universal that most of the techies know it. So they will do it. Next aspect to getting search right is an activity called keyword planning and research. And then comes creation of a landing page and a few nuances around it, producing the content of your ads and getting that ready so that you can create the best kind of ads. These are the usual 6 elements of, 6 elements to have ready if you have to start Google Ads. So we are getting into this aspect very specifically, right? So one of the aspects, if you notice here, is the keyword planning. So the Google Ad account creation, we discussed why site tag creation is important. And I also told why it's not technically our job. Very often it's being done by someone. But one job that's very crucial to our task and often have to be done by us and our team is this set of tasks. Basically identifying that keyword, building the landing page, then writing an advertisement copy. Now, what does a copy mean? One little correction. Yeah. So the best way to, there are some folks who sometimes refer copy for the entire creative, but that's technically not right. I think the best way to just say this is copy is usually the text element. Got it? So that independent text element that conveys something to a user is called a copy. Okay. That's why you would hear profiles like copywriters. So you may have heard about copywriters, correct? So when I was very young and I was in my BTech, whenever I hear these job titles called copywriters, I used to think that these are people who would help prepare copyrights or intellectual property documents. I didn't realize that way. And I later also figured a lot of people actually think that way. But when we say copywriters, these are usually people who write these short ad copies for advertising. So in a non-digital world, think of 30, 40 years back, or not even 30, 40, maybe 20 years back, the word copywriter was used for people who would write, in print advertisement, you see those short taglines, right? That short taglines which effectively tell you what the product is about. Or in outdoor advertising, you may have seen, there is a large Mercedes ad. The advertisement is largely about showing a Mercedes or a Jaguar there, but there is very smartly written 3-4 words about the product there, which kind of reflects either the luxury or the smartness or the cleverness of the product, right? There is a little bit of wisdom, wit, intelligence, sharpness, whatever you want to call it, but those are generally the attributed abilities, skills of a copywriter. Got it? So when we came to the digital world as well, all of that kind of continue to matter. Okay, how short is your sentence? How much clear are you about what is the information that you are giving? How unambiguous are you? Like, it shouldn't be that your copy could mean 10 different things for 10 different people. Then it's ambiguous, correct? So a lot of these things define good copyright. So when you work on search engine marketing also, there are 2 things that could happen. One, you might become a good copywriter yourself. So you may not be very artistic about it, or it may not be very smart or witty, but it could still be effective, right? It could be very good in terms of giving information. And if you're someone who's skilled at, writing good stuff, you might actually be a very well-rounded copywriter as well. So in some companies, whereas you might explicitly go to a copywriter and seek help from them to write a copy as well. And what would that copywriter do? He would learn a little bit of good Google AdWords or Facebook so that he knows how to write effective copies for that website as well. Sorry, for that platform as well. So this is something very interesting. So some of the best copywriters that I have worked with in the past are people who understand platforms well. So if you ask them to write a copy for Facebook versus writing a copy for YouTube video versus writing a copy for search ad, they will understand these platforms relevantly and write copy differently. Those are very important to make sure that your ads are right. Very simple. Think of a user perspective. When you Google search, you type in 2, 3 keywords, very quickly you get your result. In split seconds, you take a decision which ad to click. Correct? Sometimes you may not even know which is the brands that are featured. So you will click and go, almost just based on how does that quick copy read to you, right? And that's the importance of copywriting. Intelligent copywriting can do magic for advertisements. There's also the points about keywords and landing page. On that, we will spend more time and monitoring of ads. We will spend more time in the next slide. Yeah, so this is the overall roadmap for ad campaigns, and this is where we were in the beginning. So if you would notice, the first aspect of here is identifying keywords. Now, this is just for your information, this keywords concept will be kind of broken down over 5 or 6 slides. So if you feel this is a little bit of information or you're not able to quickly connect to this, do not worry about it. Okay. It's a concept that will take 10 minutes to land. Typically, keywords in our, is actually short for monetization keywords, because whenever a planner, a digital media planner is figuring out a social media strategy, he's basically trying to cluster keywords into various groups, understand some keywords which are relevant for him to bid on, right? And then set up the overall strategy in a manner that whenever user is searching for these keywords, his ads get shown. Now, the ad should not get shown randomly, right? It should get shown based on certain optimization. So yeah, it could be various other factors. So each advertisement, whenever you are building the ad groups or preparing your strategy to bid on a keyword, you have to think hard about eventually what is the net result that you want to buy. Okay, so we will separate our discussion into 2 pieces. So do not worry too much about what is the bidding, how is it going to be done, that we will get to it. Right now, just try to understand just the universe of keywords. Okay. One question that I asked was, hey, can you go through the thought process of the user and what are the activities of the user when he searches for a category? Correct. And I try to get your personal example so that you can give very direct answers, right? Based on your experience. Now, when you are doing a keyword strategy, okay, the first thing to always keep in mind is have the user in mind. What is his need state? Who might be the set of guys? So it's not always one kind of person who takes search for your service. There could be multiple type of guys. What is his profile? What is he thinking about? What might be his educational background? Correct. All of this matters. And thanks for, I think Sudhanshu brought it up about Sudhakar brought it up is about language, right? I mean, what language will he search in, right? All of these are very, very important aspects when you think of your keyword strategy. 90% of your keyword strategy is not how you cluster it or how you use a keyword planner, etc. It's about thinking from a customer point of view, understanding the consumer who might do the search, correct? And there he could think brand level. He could think ask very specific questions. He could ask very open questions. For example, someone who knows a lot about, if let's say you have launched a new variant of OnePlus in market, whenever OnePlus comes in the market, they make so much halla around it that people specifically search for that model, right? So when OnePlus strategy has to be very different from, let's say, Samsung, who has so many different models in the Galaxy space, A2, A3, A4, J1, J2, J5, they may need a very different strategy. So based on the brand, what is the product, context, the way people search also changes drastically. So whatever we are doing at our advertiser end is just a reflection of solving for various behaviors of search. Now, one more thing is, if we start listing down keywords, there could be infinite approaches to coming up with a keyword, correct? It will come, there is no system or process for us to easily, if we start listing, there could be so many different keywords, and there might be cases where keywords have spelling mistakes, correct? Let's say the item that you are selling, let's say it has an ambiguous spelling, or it's a spelling that is difficult for people to remember. So they may mistype it. How do you understand a keyword? Do not worry. All that there are strategies in Google. But the first thing we need to all get to is this three clusters: brand, core, and lateral. So even let's say if you have joined a company also, let's say you have joined a search engine marketing firm and you're a search analyst. When your marketing head asks you a question, he may only go at this level. So if he understands search, he will not get to the levels of saying, "Acha bid kya hai, optimization kya hai." He won't ask that. He'll probably ask you, "Acha, are you bidding on competition keywords, or are you bidding on our brand keywords, or are we looking for short tail or long tail?" Right? You'll see a lot of these words like that. Because why? At a larger level, this is where your strategy starts. And all of these three are important. Okay. So let's try to understand what these three are. So if we see, a brand keyword involves a brand name. So here you have to specifically list a brand name in your search and you add it to the overall. So you basically make a list of keywords on which you want to bid on, and you add these brand keywords into the list. So these are usually called as a keyword type called brand keywords. And I have the meaning here and some examples also here, because this is a OnePlus scenario, OnePlus 8T I'm searching, or Apple iPhone 5s I'm searching, or I have figured that Nike Air is the best shoe for my workout, so I'm just searching Nike Air, right? So branded keywords is one type. Now the fact about branded keywords is, if you are bidding on your brand, naturally, if you're bidding on your own brand, for example, I am Swiggy, I am bidding on Swiggy's brand. What are the advantages and disadvantages of it? Or when will I do it versus when will I not do it? Pause there. I'm talking specific to bidding on Swiggy as a keyword. For example, I am an advertiser, Swiggy. What is my brand keyword? It is Swiggy. Or if Swiggy has a product like Swiggy Instamart or Swiggy Genie, my brand keywords are just those. Understood? So whenever that is involved, it becomes a brand keyword. It says Swiggy food delivery app. It's a branded keyword. Yeah. Got it. So that's how you understand keyword clusters. So I discussed the overall strategy and the three clusters of keywords. Now this specifically shows you how it's done. So just search for Google Keyword Planner, or within your Google AdWord account itself, there is a tab called Keyword Planner. You can go there and you can find new keywords. So you don't have to search for every keyword and look at its volume also. You start adding your category, brands, etc. It will start finding you other keywords that are similar or relatable. And that is also picked out from the user search trends. Like, for example, you might be looking at holiday packages. It might also show flight packages or domestic flight packages or corona safe flight packages, right? A lot of things that people otherwise search together. What do people search? So basically, what is our strategy? We will have to add keywords that people generally search, correct? Very simple. We should, whenever we put a keyword in our, when we decide to bid on a keyword, we have to first understand how many people are searching for it, correct? All of that volume and forecast, Google will show here. And now, why is forecast necessary? Forecast will mean that Google will look at past consumer behavior and try to give you suggestions also. For example, let's say the Sabrimala tourism season is coming up, and it is only in the month of December or January that people visit Sabrimala. They would look at this pilgrimage destination and start searching about it only in September or November mostly, correct? And in November, December, January, obviously it will start peaking. So let's say I am in the month of September and I am planning a keyword strategy. I cannot plan just based on what is the impression in September. I may have to understand what comes in future. So a lot of forecasting therefore helps based on past trends, and very often Google will be able to give you enough information. So whenever you search like this start with some keywords, and Google itself will give you a lot of recommendations, suggestions, etc. It will start showing you various factors like monthly search kitna hai, what is the what is the relevance to the keywords you're already checking for, and it will also show you certain details like competition. Okay, in that keyword, if there is a lot of competition or not, in the sense that are your competitors or other brands also bidding on those keywords? Got it? Same way, it will also show to be present in the first page, right? Now coming to the aspect of a landing page. Now a landing page is very simple. Landing pages are fairly simple to understand. You click, you land on some page, right? What is the sequence here? You enter a keyword, press the search button, you get a result, you click on one of them which looks best to you, and you go into a landing page, right? And Google tries to understand that when somebody goes to a landing page, how much time do they spend there, right? And that the quality of the, and when I am searching for a very specific information, I want that exact specific information when I go to a landing page. For example, I'm searching for Nike Air shoes.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Versus, let's say, Reebok Zigzag, just for comparison. So I'm talking just comparison. I'm not in the buying mode yet. I'm just trying for a comparison. Let's say I see 3-4 links. One of them says that Nike Air versus Reebok Zigzag. I click on some comparison website run by, let's say, Abhinaya or Kanishk. I just ended up a random website. But when I start reading it, I realize they have just given those as keywords. But instead of discussing, let's say, Nike Air versus Reebok Zigzag, they are discussing other shoe brands, let's say Asics or Nike ka kuch aur brand. If it's not specific to what I am searching for, and the ad did not match what it was delivered, so the keyword to the copy of the ad to what is seen on the landing page has to have synchrony and has synchronization and has to have a lot of similarities. If that's not giving the right information, that's not a good landing page. And to build landing pages, you may have heard of this tool called WordPress, right? So WordPress is an easy solution for anybody to build websites. Now, there are a lot of ways in which you can build websites and landing pages. You can either go to your GoDaddy account, create a website. Within that, there will be various options to add specific pages. All of that is there. We'll just discuss some of the steps here for you to become familiar with it. One more thing, here my aim is not to take you through this process and teach you this, okay? I'm going to just spend exactly 2 minutes so that you feel familiar that this is not something complicated. Sure. First thing, let's say you're working for a big company. Imagine you're working for an Amazon, Flipkart, Salesforce, HDFC, ICICI. None of these big companies will let you create a page, even if you are a digital marketer. Unke liye, there will always be a separate team. So if you guys are a part of a large company, you can happily switch off your mind for 30 seconds because it's simple. You don't have to worry. Someone else is going to do it. You will have to ask them and they will obviously ask you a bunch of questions, what you want to put there, and you can create that website, etc. That's a whole different process. There are certain platforms which, let's say you are a small business owner and you have your own website. There are some platforms that help you create these pages. I have listed Landingy and Unbounce as examples, but there are so many in the world. For each of your purpose, you may have, you could find your best landing page. No need to again wander over at this point of time. You can easily start with any of the options that comes in your search results whenever you have a need, right? Another option is sometimes there might be already a page onto which you are trying to drive traffic. Usme you may want to just make some edits. So instead of creating a page, you might be just talking to your folks to make some changes there to make sure that it is fitting the requirement. Now, in a WordPress landing page, what usually happens is WordPress kind of links with your website fairly quickly, and you can start adding new pages with content. So when you work with content writers, copywriters, etc., they will very often use WordPress to kind of build and host build your page and put it out there. Very simple task. It will give you a lot of options like structuring properly with titles, content, and where things like where WordPress helps is, it kind of automatically gives you a good structure rather than you thinking too much about it. A lot of it, structure will come from there, and you just have to just publish it by clicking a button. And usually these are very simple things. A lot of guys actually use WordPress, fairly easy things to do. Even if you don't have a website, you can still try out WordPress with certain features, right? Now coming back to the ad copy. Now, why I'm coming back to this specific element is we already discussed this, right? I discussed what is the kind of skill set involved, who typically writes your ad copy, etc. Now that we have discussed the consumer context or the user context a little bit and the advertiser context, getting to some elements of the ad copy. But generally, ads have a specific structure. It has something called headlines. Then there are description fields, and each of it has character limitations. So that is why when you see these Google ads, although this has come from X number of companies in Y different categories, but they look similar, no? For some reason they just look slightly similar, these tech ads, right? And that has happened because Google has defined very tight norms, and brands usually have to adhere by them. And there will be a display URL also. So whenever you click on an ad, very often there will be a URL below which will kind of tell you where you are going. This is to avoid any chances of fraud also. Very often it doesn't happen, but let's say somebody wants to put some headline that looks like it's a legit website like an Amazon or a Flipkart. They could make a spelling error, etc., to cover up for some policy limitations, etc. But they put a random URL to take the person to a wrong site. Yeah, it will not obviously perform well in search, obviously, because of bounce rates being high, landing page being bad, etc. But it can still lead to fraud, right? So a lot of reasons why these specific fields are kept. And when you go, and don't have to worry about it, when we go into the ad creation mode, you will exactly know where to enter these copies and how the platform will help you with specific directions. So some of the strategy that you have to follow in an ad copy. Now, you need not be a digital marketer to write ad copy. So you could be in sales and you might have great inputs as to what should go there, right? So you could be in a very different line of, you could be an engineer, and being an engineer, you might know what is the, let's say you're an engineer with Bajaj Auto, right? You might have some consumer insight before you developed a particular feature in Bajaj, right? And use that in a motorcycle. Maybe you have a suggestion, and feel free to go and discuss that with your marketing team, right? So here I've used the word USP. USP is unique selling proposition, the typical marketing word, which usually talks about the differentiating factors or the unique factors about the product. And that will give you a bit of a advantage over other brands, because a unique selling proposition is unique, correct? So if you have something very specific to your brand, that can help get more conversion. That call to action, get it verified, have good landing pages, right? And I already discussed the strategy of clustering keywords into brand, core, and lateral, and building the bucket of each, right? Research of keywords using keyword planner too, we already discussed. Other aspect to also discuss is do not use any grammatical errors. Very often, right? Who are the guys who use a lot, who have make a lot of grammatical errors? Fraudsters. Very often these uneducated fraudsters, scamsters have this, and that might actually make your ad look very bad, right? For example, she spoke about putting ads on Mercedes. Imagine someone is a luxury user is searching for Mercedes ad. It has Mercedes spelling wrong. He'll be like, "Arey, maybe fake hai," right? He will just feel bad about it, right? Don't use too much caps. Caps will look ugly because that doesn't fit well with the format. It looks like shouting. So we write short, precise copy, give information, and one more thing, if you notice, I'm just going back, it has various segments. So it need not be written like a paragraph. So remember that people will see ads in these various formats, this blue space, purple space, etc. Figure out what you want to put there and you can write it in. Now, these are the elements of Google Ads policy. Right? Some general guidelines. Now, some of these are checked manually. Some of these are checked manually but random. Some of these are checked automated. Now, obviously, this is the era of artificial intelligence and ML, machine learning. So a lot of things would it might not be even able to tell us, is it a machine checking it, or is it a robot checking it, or it's a human checking it, right? But at times all of these mixes and matches happen, right? Some of the things are fairly easy to understand. Always have a quality website. You will have good search marketing only if you have a good page and a good app and ultimately a good product, because otherwise it's not long-term sustainable, right? Now, if you have to use the brand name of another brand, you have to use something called whitelisting. So for example, imagine Swiggy, and this doesn't happen, but let's say Swiggy starts using KFC ka keywords or McDonald's ka keywords. Can you guess what will happen? For example, let's say I will take another example, Amazon versus OnePlus. Now, or Amazon versus MI, right? You might know MI store has a lot of sales, correct? MI store website, MI store app gets people to buy a lot of things, right? If Amazon starts bidding on MI, it can work negatively as well as positive. One, people could be like, no, I want to go to MI only, and they may ignore it. But sometimes they may go there also, right? So Amazon either can make money or lose money on those advertising. Both can happen. Second is, now this is a keyword where people are searching for MI specifically as a brand. And sorry, this in your ad copy, you have put an MI, and it could be actually a misguidance to a lot of users. Remember, this is an ad copy. This is an ad. Now, when I see an MI in an ad, I don't verify too much about अच्छा ये MI का ad है, Amazon का website है, या URL है, मैं नहीं सोचता, correct? I see MI, I click, correct? So it's a little unethical also. So you might be actually taking away traffic from another website. So I search for MI. My intent is to specifically look for some MI products. I'm not even thinking about Amazon. An ad comes which says MI charger at 499 rupees. Below there might be an Amazon URL, but because I see MI, I may click and Amazon may get that conversion, right? I go there, I see that, I convert. So in the KFC Swiggy context, it could work. A lot of people who may use KFC app directly for transactions, right? Or might have otherwise gone for a KFC website, but instead that traffic would go to Swiggy. So very often you have to do a process called whitelisting. Okay. In the case of, therefore, and a lot of this cannot be done manually. There's some amount of automation, and I think that's where one of the questions came before. Now, hypothetically, if the brand Mercedes allowed the dealer saying that acha dealer ka ad account hai, isme Mercedes whitelist kar do, so it would have happened. Maybe it did not happen due to multiple reasons. One, they figured that acha there are too many dealers, so we have to whitelist too many ad accounts of dealers. Or maybe they thought acha some of the dealers may not have good search strategy. What if they do something bad and Mercedes is poorly represented? So X number of reasons. Now these are just my assumptions. I'm not giving you a solution, but these are probably X number of policy related, operations related reasons why that may not have happened, right? Or it could so happen that Mercedes itself is bidding for Merck's keyword, and it could. So let's say it could have. Now not all campaigns are search led. It could have, let's say, larger awareness campaign, and a search campaign is a part of trying to give product features and launches, and maybe a dealer traffic coming there might be a disruption. So a lot of reasons could be playing a part behind it, right? Second, of course, do not have any fake ads, malicious ad. People will report you, or you will get blocked, right? And again, like I said, in the end, Google takes a lot of feedback as to how users behave after clicking the ad. So the better the quality of your content, your product, your website, the best it's going to work out. And Google also has certain review process. So when you put an ad up there, they might take some time to review, and that ad goes live. So some people may do some fraudulent practices over there. Like for example, if I am Jaguar, example, I cannot obviously put Mercedes in my ad copy. Now, instead of typing Mercedes with the right spelling, instead of an S, I can put a Z, and maybe consumers don't see it. Google also doesn't understand that it's the brand competition keyword, but I could still clear the review, correct? So these are unfair practices, might get you there in the short term, but someone could report it, or then it could be a black mark, right? So therefore, do not try to do any of this jugaad to get through review processes. Try to understand that all these rules are there for a reason, and always try to follow it. Sure. And landing pages should never take people to a doorway, gateway, payment path, etc. directly. It should correlate with what is the specific information or ad copy that is associated with that particular click. Now, whenever you are starting any campaign within your advertising account, the first thing to do is select the kind of ad that you want to be, right? So the first tab here itself is search. So we would start with search. And when we now discuss a few aspects, we'll discuss mostly strategy. So do not get lost on the dashboard level operations, because dashboards are very intuitive, and the way you set up any campaign is different from another. So you'll have to spend some time learning that, but try to give attention to the specific strategy that I will discuss when I go through this, right? The kind of thinking. So when you get to search, first thing that you need to select is what is the overall goal. So the system itself is built in a way that you can easily match your goal to the campaign setup. So naturally within within search, there are options like sales, and within sales, there is leads and website traffic. So leads means, very often in digital, it is when you have to get somebody to sign up and share their contact details into a specific leads pop-up on the web page.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And website traffic is when you want general traffic, right? And they have these two options. Why? Because when it's a lead gen specific website, it may have a very different content structure than a website which is just meant for content sharing or sales or e-commerce listing, right? So just to differentiate between those two, they have these options. When you come and pick up your campaigns, right, you have a search network and display network. Here, display network, do not get confused with the typical network. I will get into what those specifically are. Right now, you do not worry. Obviously, there is a search network. Display network, I'll get to that. Sure. You'll have to obviously select your location. There is an option, show your Google search ads even on YouTube results. Sure. So that's a new feature that has come a couple of years back. So you might know that YouTube also is an important search engine, right? Other than Google, if I were to just purely categorize, count by the number of searches that happen, a lot of people search on YouTube. So there also you can show text ads. So if you guys want to understand this, now just go to YouTube and search something randomly. You will see some text ads also. Got it? So that is another placement that you can select by picking up display network. Got it? So it's only some select areas in display network that qualifies for this, not the entire Google display network. So search ad. So this is, for example, how search ad looks in a YouTube search result. Now we will try to see how the dashboard looks like. So when you select your campaign, obviously you have to give a domain name. This is the URL into which the traffic gets redirected. You will have to also select a targeting source. Now, we discussed about indexing in the past, right? So one important factor that is there is audiences. You can cater your search to specific interest, behavior, intent, etc. So for example, when I search for car, Google may tag me as a car enthusiast. So it may have a category, it may have a interest-based segment called automotive enthusiast, and it may just tag me there under that particular interest behavior. Now, if I start showing purchase level behavior, like for example, I'm specifically looking to buy cars, check for price of cars, Google identifies that, okay, Umesh is someone who is in the market, who has a purchase intent to buy a car. So he may tag me as a potential car buyer and add me to a audience segment. Umpteen number of audience segments Google could have, but Google could add me to that audience segment. So here you can select different audience segment. How do you do it? You come here and start typing, and it will show various recommendations. So suppose, let's say you are working for a car dealership. Obviously, what kind of people do you want to target? You will come here and just start typing car or automotive. Naturally, various audience options that are available with Google, Google may have segmented this to 3 to 5 different segments, car enthusiasts, automotive enthusiasts, car buyers, two-wheeler buyers, so based on like general search trends, it may have search and like other observed behavior, it may have made some segments. You will see those audiences, just add it over here. Now, if you see the next tab, which is budget and bidding. Now, how to address the budget and bidding tab? Largely, these are 5 bidding strategies. Now, one more thing, no bidding strategy you guys should memorize. There is no need to memorize any bidding strategy. Clear? Because there will be so many bidding strategies in search. Now you go to display, there might be some 10 bidding strategies there. Video may there will be other bidding strategies. Is it humanly possible to remember this? Absolutely not. So even if you see this, just do not even treat this as a PPT which you need to by heart. Treat it more like a manual that you may have to read in the future also. So naturally, whenever you are planning your bids in your create campaign page, you can read this up on the internet again. You can either search for it, Google itself will show you some results, and or you can see specific areas where there are these help sections. Did you see a question mark? Very often when you see this tab, Google itself will give you all the relevant information. It will connect you to specific help pages within Google. And remember that no quality campaign manager just goes about setting up their campaign. Trust me, that's not a skill. Skill is researching, giving time, going through the manuals again and again, understanding what is the bid strategy to select. Okay, because we all are biased, right? I may have something in my mind. I may have just thought that, acha, this should optimize just for clicks. The more the clicks, the best. But that may not be the most important factor for that particular campaign. So these are those 5 options, and I will just quickly discuss what these are. One of them is purely maximize click. So in this scenario, you are trying to just get some quick traffic into your website. In your website, there may not be much of a conversion or any specific goal that you're trying to drive. You're not trying to get somebody to buy it or something like that. Let's say, I'm giving an example. Let's say I am a digital marketing enthusiast. I want people to see my content. I want Umesh to be famous, but I'm not specifically selling anything on my website. It's just my personal profile. And I'm just doing this just to quickly get some people into my platform, get some visibility. Then I may use a click, right? There is another option called target search page location. So here, it's not the clicks that will optimize for. It will do anything and everything to make sure that your result appears in the first page. Now, it might look like a very simple thing for you, but in some categories, it can become very difficult to get a first search result. For example, let's say, SSLC, let's say your pre-university results are coming out. And let's say government has given access to some 20 websites to display that results for users. Now, all these websites want to feature in the search page, definitely, right? Not get outranked by others. So they may want a strategy like this, right? Now, specifically coming to e-commerce or any websites where transactions take place, you may want to convert based on acquisition. So basically, let's say if it's Uber, when do you think a user is considered as acquired? He's considered as acquired when he makes the first ride with Uber. So Uber should not optimize, Uber may not want to optimize for just installs, because there could be a lot of people who install but may not make a drive. They may want to convert according to the profile of the user who make more conversions. So that's where it's called cost per acquisition. There is another version called enhanced cost per click, but it's a slightly adjusted version of CPC. There is a bit of a likelihood modeling also that's employed here. Do not think over it too much. Unlikely that you may use it. Now, there's something called target return on ad spend. If you remember, some of you guys said, in the end, advertising is all about how much money do I put in and how much money do I get back. So in this case, Google helps you optimize on this, on target return on ad spend. So the strategy that we discussed here gets implemented in this particular window. You have an option to set your daily spend so that you do not spend above. A lot of worry that many of us have when we sit on a dashboard is, "Arey, kya hoga agar maine kuch mistake kiya or too much of my money gets spent." People worry like that. There's nothing like that. All those errors are covered because they will allow you to set a daily limit. So if your daily budget is 1,000, the moment 1,000 rupees run out, it will not spend anymore, right? One more thing is ad extensions. So basically, now when we discuss an ad before, I'm going back a few slides. I showed a simple version of the ad, right? But in reality, ads can have some extra items like extensions. For example, 3-4 years back, Google added a feature called poll, or they can be specific extensions which talk about the rating of your website, right? For example, if it's e-commerce, you want to show a rating along with your website. URL that we discussed, or site links, is already one kind of extension that kind of we discussed a while back. So these search extensions also you can add. So when you select your, when you prepare your ad on your dashboard, it will give you these options. Just need to click and select, and you can add any of these extensions. So if you want to add a text messaging, if you want to call out a specific promotion that is running for a short time, you can do that. Like for example, let's say you own a car servicing workshop, and you want to show that on oil change, you are going to give a 50% discount for the next 1 month. You just need to mention that in this promotions wala tab, right? And that extension will be added. The last bit that is called keyword match type. So if you want, there could be exact match, there could be broad match, there could be some cases where spellings are wrong, right? People do not type all of that. So for each of that, there is a match type. Got it? So there is broad match type modifier, phrase match, exact match, and each of that gets mentioned in a particular way. So for example, if you want to restrict your ads only to people specifically sharing travel packages, you have to go with an exact match, and this is the symbol for the particular limitation. So this is also another way you can play around with, and the reason is very simple. I discussed with Kanishk also a while back. There are infinite number of keywords in the world. You cannot write down each of those potential keywords. You will get infinite number of word combinations. So you may have to use these particular structures while adding your keyword into your ad group. And I will show you how it's done as well. So when you put this symbol, Google understands that, acha, this is the kind of, the person is looking for anything that is similar. For example, when I say travel plus packages, anything that has travel, anything has that packages will start counting as a keyword on which I want to bid on. There is an option for a negative match as well, which is specifically excluding certain keywords that you don't want to show. I will give you an example. Think of Amazon at a time when, let's say, Amazon doesn't allow you to book flights, okay? But Flipkart allows you to book flights. Make My Trip, a lot of other websites allow to book flights. So it's possible that people may, search Amazon in the context of booking a flight, but you want to specifically say that, hey, that is a service that I don't have. Therefore, whenever people have booking flights or airlines as an option, that should be negated. So you have a negative option. So you put a negative towards that keyword so that your ad doesn't show up, even if there are other relevant keywords that is prompting your ad to show up there. And that can help you save a lot of money in a lot of categories where it is complicated. So now coming to we already discussed bid strategy. Now this is specifically about how to make the ad. So in the ad group, there are standard and dynamic options. Standard is what you start with initially. I'll explain what dynamic is later. You can give ad groups, you can set your bids, you can list all the keywords that you want right here. And Google itself will give you keyword ideas. See, it's giving you various options here. You can very often tap and select, right? And if you see in the next page here under the ad group called holiday test, after putting a bid of $50 for click, we have added a few keywords, right? And all these are broad keywords. What are broad keywords? Broad keywords are keywords where there are no specific symbols, etc. separating. I can put a plus also here, and it would become a broad batch modifier, for example, right? If I put a square bracket, it could become that. So basically it's that. And like I said, it a lot of this bidding strategy do not have to by heart. Don't by heart this. When you go there, Google itself will teach you how to do this step. Last step is create ads. Create ad is basically the flesh born and whatever is visible to the user comes here, right? So anything that's visible to the user is this part. Whatever you are typing in it, it will already show you a preview. So there's no way you can go wrong. And if you remember, I spoke about certain character limitations. Like for example, headline could only have these many digits. Sorry, these many characters. It's already mentioned here. See, it says characters 30, 0 out of 30, 0 out of 30. So when you write all this, Google itself will guide you through the standard rules and practices. Yeah. Next is a concept called dynamic keyword insertion. So we do something called dynamic keywords, and how to do it, it's here. So you can see the usage of a specific parenthesis.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And it will show you a preview there as well. So again, on this aspect, your concept is simple. Like you have already identified, when I'm making a keyword strategy, I have to bucket this into 3 different kinds of keywords, right? And I have to have a bidding strategy, which is to be married to my business objective. And what are the policies? What are the things that I should do, should not do? Then coming to this aspect where okay, should I use a static ad or should I use a dynamic ad? Just tell yourself that if there is a dynamic ad required, there is a dynamic ad option. You don't have to mug up how to make a dynamic ad, because when you have to do it, you can just go to the web page, go to the Google Ads platform, and there it will give you all the help required for you to make that platform, make that ad. And like I said, if you remember when I started search, I said search is very reactive, correct? It's not like I can set up one particular campaign goal and just leave it and go. Good search marketers check the performance maybe even twice a day or thrice a day or even more, right? And that means you have to continuously look at your campaign performance and check each of the searches that people put up, right? And what happened there, right? On each keyword, you can go and post it. So it's very easy. If you want to post a particular, one more thing is very often these keywords get grouped into particular ads and campaigns. Understood? So it's not like you will throw all your keywords into one campaign. You will obviously structure it under various campaigns. I will give you an example. Think of yourself as HDFC Bank, right? HDFC Bank has so many different products. There might be a card, there might be a fixed deposit program, there might be a reward points program. Got it? So now each of those will need individual campaigns. There will be some overlaps, but very often will need individual campaigns, correct? They cannot mix a an ICICI cards ad with an ICICI reward points ad, correct? It will get mixed up. So in any company, realistically, all the various marketing objectives they want to meet, they will structure it under various campaigns. So like any campaign management tool, you have an option to go click on each of these campaigns, post, start them anytime, see an overall level performance. So here, for example, when you are discussing a category like credit cards for ICI, you may want to see an overall point of view saying that some campaigns kaisa chal raha hai, not breaking down every individual keyword, and then that is there when you want to make corrections or improve your strategy. But to overall understand how are your campaigns performing, is your search engine SEM agency doing well? Is your search engine marketing manager in your company doing a good job? All of that, you may need an overall campaign level point of view, which you will get here. And again, against each campaign, you can go and see other details like how many people clicked, what is the average price that you pay for the click, for the what is the total money that you spent across various days, what was the pattern. All of this could be important, because sometimes what happens is people search for a specific product only on a particular time during the month or a particular day of the week. So you need to, so sometimes going to these insights will also help you understand, acha, what time is that people search most for this. For example, inspirational quotes. When do you think people will look for inspirational quotes the most? Something we can predict, like for example, morning, they're going to look for motivation. So if you are a website specializing in that, you want to increase your bids at that point of time, right? Or try to get maximum traffic. So, and this is an incredibly smart platform. You log in here itself and there's so many things, right? It already shows you what are the typical searches, so much information at the keyword level. It itself will give you so much recommendations. Sometimes you may not even have to worry. And there is an even option to even add phone calls these days. And this is very useful. So if you are someone who's running a small business, or you are a dealer, a distributor, always add phone calls, get it verified. And if the, if the, that, yeah, for some business, it can make incredible amount of difference. Search also has an option for call only campaigns, where, basically the call to action is only call. And it even tells you how many people clicked on that call button, right? And I also discussed about ad extensions, which are basically, additional information that you give along with the ads. Those details also you can see. And there is something called as a performance planner. So if keyword planner is what you do in kind of like beginning of the campaign, and going through the dashboard is what you see in the middle of the campaign, you get daily insights. Performance planners will give you even more overview about how to make corrections. Okay. So based on your performance, it will show you how your ad rank will vary, CPC will vary, position will vary. Guys, think of it. Google wants to simplify this so much that anyone and everyone in the world uses it. Trust me, a small business owner should also be able to use this, correct? So Google has made it so simple that if you just spend time on it, sab apne aap dikh jayega. Okay. And it is very good at predictions also in the future. Like for example, if you have done, let's say you do your keyword strategy and you selected some very bad keywords, keywords that people don't generally search for. Google it in the performance planner tool itself. Naturally, you will see very low impressions or very low predicted clicks for the future. Naturally, you have understood, acha, what is the change to make? Yeah. So forecast predictions are simple. Spoke about how Google remembers certain trends. Like for example, Google knows that inspirational quotes have a very high number of searches on Monday morning, right? So if you are setting up a campaign on Friday you might see low traction, correct? So you don't know, cannot predict, acha, if I will get a spike later in the week. But a performance planner knows that on Mondays, this particular keyword has a spike. So it can forecast and show you the numbers in the future. So within the planning options, along with keyword planner, there is an option called performance planner. You can click on it. You can select which is the, you can create a specific plan and see how that's kind of like performing over the years. One more thing, sorry, over the future predicted time. One more thing to notice is that not all campaigns can be forecasted, right? It may need a certain amount of volume, some amount of past data, etc. Given that particular campaign has enough data for it to predict how it will behave in the future. It might be related to the campaign, it might be related to the overall volume of searches of the ads that you have put in there, etc. If there is enough information available with Google, it will show you the performance. And I have given a couple of screenshots also to show how one of those forecast plans may look like. It's so easy because some of you may already know this through various other, things you may have read in the past, or, other general reading material. First thing to understand is the quality score. Got it? What Google does is that with every keyword, it'll try to give a quality score so that you can get an understanding of, hey, what's the probability that this will invite action, which is basically, will it invite a click? And these are the few factors that you can do to improve your quality score. So we'll get into display ads. So you guys, I know that all of you know what display ads are, right? You guys more or less know. So for example, this is the screenshot of Money Control website. And you might know Money Control. It's one of those websites in the domain of finance. They have multiple extended products. They cover cryptos and, the general stock market and economics and everything, right? So if this is a screenshot from a Money Control website where basically Lenskart has placed an ad. So coolwings.com has placed an ad. And can you tell why this is specifically a GDN ad or a Google Display Network ad? So this could have been any banner ad, but here we have looked at it and said, okay, this is not just a random banner ad, it's a Google Display Network's banner ad. How do we think we have picked it up? Okay, so I will give you an example. So what happens is, let's say Money Control. Money Control knows that, okay, they have so and so many web pages, so and so many categories, and they also expect certain amount of traffic every day, right? So they know that probably, minimum 10 to 15 lakh guys are going to visit their platform, right? And more traffic means they can sell more advertisement. So they have one view of knowing, okay, how many people are probably going to visit their website, one. Two is they also know how many pages they have, and within those pages, where all can they use in an advertisement, right? And they have also designed their website in such a way that there is space to, for example, this kind of ads are sometimes called mastheads. So they can push a large advertisement called a masthead here. They may have some little, much smaller places like this. So you can see here, you can see my cursor, right? Smaller ad placement properties. So when they design the website itself, they would know, acha, there are certain inventory places that they can specifically allot for placements and can serve an ad there. Now, they do not give all their inventory away to a Google or a Facebook, right? Because when you ask Google to serve that inventory, Google also takes a commission, correct? And they will only get some part of the money, right? It could be a certain percentage. So what they will always try to do is have some ad spots, they try to sell it directly also. So a Money Control might be, having account managers with Swiggy. So Swiggy may say that, hey, give me some ad spots. I'm very clear that I need your left wala spot, the one on your top left or the one on your top right, and I'm going to take it. Or even an ICICI or a SBI could go buy directly from them. So some of the inventory they sell directly. Some of the inventory they may use for their own advertising. So for example, Money Control itself has other properties. Like for example, they have something called Game Changers. I'm not sure what that is, probably a subscription that is present within Money Control. So they have put an ad for that itself there. They have served their own ad in their own placement. And some of the inventory they have asked Google to sell on their behalf. So typically they make that possible through a platform called Google AdSense. Okay. Now, why are we not teaching AdSense to you guys? Yeah. So basically AdSense is for the publisher side of things. So when a publisher decides to sell inventory to via Google, they use something called the AdSense. So you don't have to worry about it. You need to learn that platform only if you own a website and you want to sell off the inventory. Otherwise, probably, only if there are 100 digital marketers, maybe 5% of them actually have a use case with that. You can, learn with, you can go with whatever is taught to you guys, because very often you are working from the advertiser side, trying to buy inventory. Okay. So here I have summarized a few aspects. Now, this is not the universe of display ads. Okay. When you are trying to understand a new product, you may have to start somewhere which is relatable and easy. Okay. So these are slightly oversimplified. So display ads are not always, how they are usually different from a search ad is that they're a bit pushy in nature. Sometimes people may not have asked you for an information, but while a user is browsing around the web, you are taking up certain ad spaces and making sure that either your brand is visible there, right? So if let's say it's a case of brand being visible, sometimes even without a message, that can improve the salience of that brand. I'll give you an example. There were so many mutual funds players in India. Now, some brands like Upstocks, are trying to, for example, is trying to go big. And now they are running a lot of display ads. They're not only doing display, they are even doing TV, they are even doing a lot of video ads. A lot of that they are doing just to enhance the visibility. In some cases, therefore, display ad may not even have an exact call to actionable. There might be a call to action, but trust me, they are not super interested in everyone clicking on it and taking an action. Some of it could just be for visibility. Some cases, it could be to drive a particular messaging. In some cases, it could be to drive a particular product. Particular product example could be something like, a new variant of an automotive gets launched. Now you would, now to enhance the visibility of that product in the market, one may run a lot of display ads. And this may reach the feed of various folks who are auto enthusiasts, etc. And that will help them improve the visibility of that product. It's like seeing that car in person. It's always in front of you, and naturally you might start thinking about the car or feeling more familiar about that car, right? So very often display has this little push factor. In search, you are always being present when people are asking specifically for your product or your category or your brand, right? Whereas in the case of display, there is still, yes, there's of course relevance in reaching the right people at the right time, but it's more of a push rather than a pull. Yeah. And for very obvious reason, they seem to have better recall than search ads. The reason is simple. In search, what's happening is the visibility is very often in the form of a text, correct? There isn't too much image you can put there in search. In some search related properties, you can put a little bit of an image, or in the case of a product shopping ad, you might see an image also. But generally, it's still very text heavy, whereas a display ad can actually be a GIF or static, and it could tell more stories or give more information. So to dominate the world of display advertising, Google came with Google's display network. So trust me, there could be 100, if let's say there are 100 digital placements in the world, in the digital web, maybe only 30 or 40 is reached by Google. But Google still tries to either own or aggregate a lot of this inventory. Yeah. So Google's display network is easily the vastest in the world as well. So, and what has Google done? Has aggregated various kinds of inventory to create the Google display network. So one is a Google GDN websites. Now, whenever a website decides to partner with Google, so basically they're making Google a broker. Got it? They become part of the GDN network. One. Second are mobile apps. Now, within mobile apps also, you could have advertising. But one difference in the advertisement format that you generally see on mobile is that they're either interstitials or native. Interstitial means that they may come while you are switching from one screen of the page to another. Suppose you're playing a game on your phone. Let's say you're playing Temple Run. While you're going from screen to screen, there might be a full takeover of the screen and an ad could come. It's called an interstitial. Or in the case of certain mobile apps, the advertisement will look very similar to a content itself. One example is native ads. An easy example that you can check is Daily Hunt. So if you start the Daily Hunt, if you fire the Daily Hunt app and you browse around, you will see native advertisements. Yeah, they look a lot like the actual content of Daily Hunt. And why advertisements are served native is because the publisher or the app owner want the app and or the website to have a certain uniform look, right? If it looks too different from what is the native content, the ad will look weird. Hence, they have native ad. So very often when it is mobile app advertising inventory, it's an interstitial ad or a native ad. So so basically the first square that you see is the website inventory. Second square that you see is the mobile app inventory. Third is Google's own inventory, which is YouTube. So Google knows that there's crazy amount of traffic that comes to YouTube every day, right? A lot of people end up on that homepage for navigation. So Google has put some properties there for display or search, etc. in YouTube itself. So that's also part of the Google Display Network. Same way they have Gmail for emailing, right? Within Gmail also they can show certain ads. So all these properties aggregated together are part of the Google Display Network. Okay. Now let's go ahead with the campaign creation and try to understand how do you make a Google Display ad. Have you seen this screen before? This is like the Google's environment for advertising. Got it? So once you get into that Google Ads dashboard, or previously it used to be called AdWords. So if you get in there, you will have various tabs display. Do you see these separate tabs? Correct? Search, display, shopping, video. And once we learn, and shopping is more niche, like only certain e-commerce website owners, etc. may need to run them. It's a smaller niche category, and it's not very, it doesn't have, that much size as the other three in India, especially. So it's of primary importance that we learn search, display, and video. Shopping basically uses the same principles, but for that you need to understand a little bit of e-commerce. Okay, so we are going to park it there. So we are going to look at display. So if you notice, once you click on the display tab, you will see specific goals. Got it? So if somebody asks you, hey, what can GDN be used for? Answer is very simple. Whatever are the objectives listed here, GDN can be used to achieve each of these objectives. Sales could be to specifically get the sales of a particular item. So you may have seen some feeds just follow you showing certain products, and you click on it, you land in their website, and they are asking you for an immediate conversion. Can GDN help you with sales of automotives? By that I mean a car or a bike or a ship or a boat. It will not help you get a sale of a car, right? Very often, because if a sale of a car has to happen there, you have to click on that ad, go to the website of a Mahindra or a Bajaj and check out with a car or a bike. That's not going to happen, correct? So for such cases, where it can help you is with lead generation. So if you have clicked on any car or a bike ad, very often they take you to a website where they give you a brochure or collect your details for a test drive or get you signed up for a test drive or something. So it's helping you with leads and not closing sales in such cases. There are some cases where it's specifically looking for website traffic. So it just wants you to come to a website. For example, it's Times of India releases a new article or a blog about COVID, and Times want people to come to the Times website. Apart from the organic traffic that they usually get, they could put a display ad prompting people to click based on an interesting headline or a preview image, and people could come to their website and view the content. So here they have to optimize for traffic, correct? Same way, product and brand consideration. So in some cases, your brand or your product has to have a certain visibility for people to think about it, right? Or if you have updated a feature in your product or your brand, you may want to tell people so that they reconsider you, right? And the same way, brand awareness and reach. Think of a scenario like a new product line is launched. And you would notice that all of this have slight correlation to each other also, but they are optimized for very specific goals. So for example, if I run a brand awareness and reach campaign, yes, will it lead to product and brand consideration? Yes, there is some spillage. Naturally, it will improve product and brand consideration also. And it might also bring me some website traffic. But the question is, what is it that the optimization algorithms are most optimized for. Okay, so it doesn't mean that, okay, if I run an ad for brand awareness and reach, people will not, it will not get me website traffic. Yes, it will get me, it could get me website traffic, it could get me leads, but it's not optimized for brand awareness. Okay, so coming to the campaign creation. So if you notice, we clicked on display, we selected one of the objectives, and we got inside to the next window, right? So here we have picked up this display from the campaigns tab, and within display itself, there are standard display as well as Gmail campaigns. Basically, the descriptors are also given here. So the one that we will go through is the standard display campaign. The Gmail display we are getting to later, as covered in the agenda sheet. So do not worry about what that is, etc. And very often, when you start, very often you would start with standard ad settings only. You don't have to look at more complicated nuanced one. Usually it takes time to learn, and it's not like even brands start using when some of those non-standard options directly. Very often you start with more standard options, get your learnings, and over a period start doing more and more experiments. So here, very similar flow as you may have seen before. We give a campaign name. We try to tell the platform what is the location in which the geography, location in which the ad has to be shown. So you may have seen this concept of bidding in the context of search, right? And there, what I had done was I showed you guys a slide where different bidding strategies were shown. I also told you then, do not buy hard bidding strategies. There is no requirement to buy hard bidding strategies, because on Google search, on Google display, on Google shopping, on Google video, you will have 4 different kinds of strategies, 4 different kinds of options. Now get out of Google and go to Facebook. There you will have multiple optimizations. Get out of that and go to programmatic advertising. There will be multiple optimizations. So no one can by heart or remember this. Got it? Like I remind you again, all you have to do is whenever you are reaching these windows, go to this Learn More tab, revisit and relearn your understanding about how each of these systems work, and you can deploy this. So here there is a manual cost per click model. So for example, if we picked up website traffic as an objective, and we are saying that, Acha, I'm going to I am asking the platform to optimize based on a cost per click, and I'm going to set a manual bid on it. Okay. And there is a daily budget spend rate also that I have to put. Again, I'm reminding you guys, this is a bit of a savior for you. There is no way any of these platforms will eat away your cash or bill your credit card in a manner where you lose a lot of money, etc. There's always so many different levels of controls you can put. One of them is the budget. Okay, so here we will go through various bid types, and I will give you easy examples for you to understand this also. Think of yourself as, let's say, a marketing manager sitting in and running advertisement for any of the e-commerce ads, whether it's Ola Cabs, Big Basket, Swiggy. What is the most important goal when you are trying to run advertising for those apps on digital? Very often, what is that? That the most important task that you may have in hand, getting that first customer. Now, you don't acquire a customer just because you ran an ad. It could be because you are present on TV or PR and word of mouth. A lot of factors are there, no question about it. But acquisition often is the most important step. And I will tell you why. Because once you have acquired a customer, you have given him a touch and feel of the app, right? Then you open up a lot of conversations with them. You can use your CRM, email, push, SMS, all of it get activated because the customer starts giving you his email or PN or email or SMS, right? Details. Or, now that the app is present on the customer, you can send him a push notification, right? A lot of reasons. Or, now that the app is visible to customer, he will know what are the offerings that the app has. Previously, he knew about you only from word of mouth or advertising. So installs become a very important targeting metric. Now, even within install, sometimes brands define a conversion. Like for example, you could have the Ola app, but very often when you take the first ride, that is treated as an acquisition. Okay. So it can be at a download button level. It can be an install completion level, it can be registration, it can be first ride. All of that can be customized. You don't have to worry about how that is done. But basically, it's an acquisition target, and that acquisition card definition is subjective, and based on the app or the kind of business that you are providing, you can define that event and integrate that with Google. Okay, so you can either optimize on a cost of acquisition. And I will give you example of why that thinking is necessary. Okay, think of Ola app itself. And I am giving you an oversimplified example. This is just to help you land the concept. Okay, this is not the whole of it. Think of Ola. Now, if you take the city of, if you just take the city of Bangalore as an example, very often the highest usage for an app like Ola might be around the special economic zones, IT parks, or central areas, right? Areas around, let's say, areas which are far from the city, or there could be some part of the city where, let's say, metro is very strong, or there are no IT parks, there are no people doing daily commutes. People come there not for commute, but for other reasons. So if you would notice, even within a city, there are various areas where people may have different behavior. Got it? So where do you think there is a higher probability of people installing an app and taking a higher ride? Is it at an area where there is a higher demand for daily rides, or at an area where there is a low demand for daily rides? Will be definitely at an area where there is higher demand for daily rides, right? So there could be a lot of value if your money that you put into advertising, Google figures out, acha, there's a greater demand in Jayanagar, so let me just show more ads in Jayanagar. Okay. So if you give Google that particular
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Ability to optimize conversion, optimize advertising volume based on conversions, you will get more installs at less money.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Okay. In other areas also, there might be demand. Everyone will definitely download Ola or Uber in a city like Bangalore, no questions. But after a download, the chance of conversion is even higher for a Jayanagar, right? I'm taking Jayanagar just as an example. And naturally, it will start serving more ads. So even for the same installs or even for the same traffic, you might get more conversion from a specific area. Or Google could observe that, okay, amongst males and females, it seems like females are converting more for Ola apps, maybe because, they want to feel safer. So unlike guys who might just climb onto a rickshaw or a bus, maybe I'm just taking an example. Okay, this is not right, but this is just an example. So Google may figure out, okay, maybe females are converting more after installing the app than males, because you have set that event and you're passing that information back to event. This way, Google can start showing more and more advertising to working women. So there's a lot of scope for optimization for this machine based on what is the information that you give and what is the specific type of bid that you're playing. So the moment you are matching your business objective to the right kind of bid, the best way, that's how you can kind of like run more acquisition. And in this case, you can tell Google what is the specific bid that you want. For example, let's say Ola app. Do you think Ola can pay 5,000 rupees per converted customer? No, because you don't Google. I mean, it may take Ola a lot of time to get that money back from customer, right? He may have to take so many different rides Therefore, Ola may have figured, okay, maximum I can pay 200 rupees or 400 rupees to get a digital conversion. Therefore, Ola will just tell Google, okay, Google, go get me a conversion, but give me a conversion at a CPA of 200 rupees. So what will Google do is make sure that it will serve advertising in a manner where the cost of acquisition is below 200. Now, this doesn't mean Google can give you infinite conversions at 200. Got it? It only means that Google can pick and choose whom to show the ad to, and Google will give you only some conversions which are high propensity. When you have set this cost per acquisition as the target, it's possible that it may give you limited scale or medium scale or your requisite scale. All of that possibilities are there, but at least you are optimizing your campaign to a particular cost per acquisition. Second is a type of bid called maximize click. So here you might not have like a conversion objective in mind, but you want to get people to click the most. And very often what happens is the algorithm starts. So, even personally, I think all of us have different behavior towards advertising, right? Some of us do not click ads at all, right? Some of us have the habit of clicking on our ads. If it's interesting to us, we will click. There are some people who are sometimes out of curiosity also clicks. And it's not just dependent on my overall behavior. It could be for various categories. I see anything about cars, I may click because I'm an automotive enthusiast. I may not click if I see a white-haired junior because I don't have a kid. I'm not interested about that, right? So I may not click. So based on every category, people have a certain affinity, right? So what a Google does is, if you're asking Google to maximize the click, it will show ad to the guy who has a highest possibility of clicking. Now that Google will infer based on the overall behavior of the customer. Okay, how does he typically click ads? 1. 2, what is his interest? What is his general behavior? Is he in the market to buy something? So it will show that ad to a guy who will click on the ad with a higher probability. Same way, you can optimize for CPM. Now, CPM optimization is when you want to give minimum price to that inventory. So here, it will optimize to keep low cost, to buy the cheapest customer. So for example, let's say Umesh and I'm taking an example, Simran, Google has the option of showing ad to Umesh and Simran. But Google just realized that, a lot of people are bidding on customers like Umesh, but let's say there are less number of people bidding on customers like Simran. In this case, what will Google do? Google has been told already that, hey, Google, just go optimize for lower cost for the impression. So Google figured out that, acha, for Umesh, I may have to give 10 paise, whereas for Simran, I can charge the customer only 5 paise. So the customer decides to show the ad to Simran. So there you have optimizing mostly for impressions. Then there is a manual CPC. Now, this is when you have a specific goal saying that for every click, I want to pay this much rupees only. So you are going to say, okay, a click is, I'm going to set 5 rupees for a click. I'm not going to give more than that. And I will give you an example of when this is important. Because think of you having an e-commerce business. Generally, what happens is in e-commerce, not everyone comes to the sites convert, right? So let's say you have a site where 100 people are visiting and you have generally seen that 5 people convert and they buy a 5,000 rupee. Let's say they buy a 1,000 rupee item on average. Now, these are all general rules. Okay, every category will have a separate behavior, but I'm just giving you an oversimplified version. So think of a scenario like that. So therefore, as an e-commerce business owner, you have figured that if 100 people come, 5 people convert. And each customer, when they convert, buys a 1,000 rupee item, which means that for every 100 customer coming to the platform, they give me 5,000 rupees, correct? Because from 100, 5 people convert and everyone average buys a 100 rupee item. So 5,000 rupees. Now, based on this, I obviously have to rationalize how much money should I pay for a click. Correct? If I pay too much for the clicks, I will get customer, lot of website, but I have paid too much money to recover that money from a sale. Yeah. Therefore, I may decide a cap on my CPC. Now, one more thing. A manual CPC doesn't mean that you will have to always pay that amount. It is just a cap that you're putting. So you're saying that, Acha, I'm not going to pay more than 10 rupees per click. So that maximum I have to spend 1,000 rupees to get sale of 5,000 rupees. Okay. And I'm assuming that, Acha, in that 5,000 rupees, maybe only a part of your that is profit. Hence, so that's why very often it is backtracked from a business metric, and you have to put this gap so that the system keeps giving you whatever scale that is possible at a relevant manner, right? Now coming to specific ad creation related features. So obviously all, you have scheduling option, which is basically, telling the ad platform what time of the day should the ads be shown, right? There are options to add start and end date. Same way there are devices, Android, iOS, connected TV, websites, basically desktop versus mobile, all of that is there. You have an option to put frequency capping as well, right? And this is apart from, your goal specific ask or bid specific ask. In some cases, you get a frequency capping also, because you don't want to, let's say, irritate the customer showing too many ads. So therefore, you may say that, Acha, on a per day basis or a per week basis, this is the maximum number of impressions I want to show. Another interesting aspect that I want to discuss with you is the concept of a content exclusion. Okay. Think of an ad. Let's say if the ad is something that is, talking about something religious, let's say you're running an ad campaign for a church. You definitely don't want your ad to go, in a Bollywood dance video content, right? Or a content meant for adult audiences, right? So in some cases, you definitely want certain exclusion so that the ad doesn't go to the customer at the wrong time, or the ad doesn't go to the wrong customer, right? So you have an option to do certain content exclusion. So don't worry when you go and click on that ticker. So you see that little drop down button, right? When you click there, you will see various options and you can select from that and do exclusion. So that's one best practice to always follow in advertising. We are getting into the ad creation. So all of you guys have a Google Ads account. I request you to go back and create your own test ad. So you need not run it, you can post it, but you can create your own test ads this way. Start typing in the ad group name. Then when you come to the audience segment, which is basically the people that you want to reach, Google itself will give you various pointers that helps you pick the right audiences. It could be based on their interests and habits, right? So you will see a lot of these audience buckets there. It can be based on how you have interacted with your business. And then people who are actively searching on a particular item, which are basically called intent-based audiences. So select whatever are the audiences that you want to pick. You can always do add up various audiences or even do exclusions on audiences, which is nothing but something that you do at a dashboard level. It will also give you a lot of predictions and estimates. So the moment you put any bid figure, for example, it will show you how much clicks are expected, how much CPC is expected, impressions, all of that you will get. But if you notice, the variance also is high, right? It's saying that, Acha, this could get you anywhere between 5,000 to 16,000 clicks, which is just an estimate, which is just a guess that Google is giving. Only when you run the ad, you will actually know how many clicks are happening, right? And one more thing is also your number of clicks could vary on a daily basis. Your CPC could vary. These are all things that will vary almost every day. So whenever you change around any bid, Google itself will give you a prediction. And a lot of skill about campaign management is just putting those various random numbers there and seeing how the system is optimizing. And we all have that intuition, right? So when we see how numbers are changing based on some inputs, naturally we'll understand what is the right bid to select, right? And very often, if your strategy is wrong, when you get to this stage, we will see some red signals. We will see, Acha, when I select a different goal, my CPC is going through the roof, right? or when I select a particular bid model, my CPC is very, very high, right? So all of these markers can help you, cross check your strategy. It's not like, you went wrong and there is nothing in the system that will tell you that you are wrong. So this is a simple campaign creation. And here there is an option to write the headlines as well. So you see, this is a display ad that there is a preview on the left side of the screen. So you may have noticed this, right? So whatever you type in here, you will see that come here. So here you have written explore the world with us. That has come as the short headline here. Then the long headline, which is the longer text below it, you have typed it here and that will come there, right? The description comes here. So the longer headline will come in specific placements only. In this particular case, it's for shorter placements, hence a shorter headline is being used. And you can even decide, you can obviously decide where you want to take the customer to. That is a URL that you add here, right? And all the rules, or most of the rules that I discussed in the context of search applies here as well. Write relevant copies, give people an idea about what that ad is about. And if you notice in this particular creative, when they said something like explore the world with us, the image also fits the context beautifully, right? It's about a person looking into the horizon, right, on top of a mountain. So if you see here the text, the copy, what is the website that you're pitching to the customer, all of it works as one single unit. It's one effective unit. You can try various images also. You need not say that, Acha, I'm going to only go one creative. You put one creative, see how the overall ad looks like. If you want to change your image, try a second, third, fourth image and see which looks best to the eye, because this is how it's going to apply to a viewer. And once you have done the creation, it itself will show you what are the things that you have done. What is the name of the group? What is the bid that you set? What are the audiences you are targeting? What does the preview look like? All of that. Now, this is the specific aspect that I spoke about before. But basically, these are various ad sizes. Okay. They set standards for advertisers. What are the ad sizes? What are the best practices, etc., are set by IAB. So very often, whether it's Google or Facebook or even other ad platforms, they generally try to abide by the IAB guidelines. So let's say you set up a website tomorrow, you would want to have some standard ad sizes. And why do you think standard ad sizes are important? Think of yourself as an advertiser. When you decide ads, you have to obviously tell your designer, hey, what are the specifications to which it has to be made, correct? And there has to be some standardizations. Otherwise, any website can come with any number of sizes. So when you send an ad to a placement, it may not fit, correct? It may have. Therefore, you have to adhere to a standard sizes. They are called leaderboards, rectangles, half page, skyscraper. These are just random names that have been assigned, And one more thing to notice is that when you guys are designing your advertising campaign, you should think a lot about, okay, if I am going to use display, what are the placements that will fit my ad? Okay. I'm coming back to the Hyundai Kona SUV launch. Okay. In the case of an SUV launch, which all placements should you use and should you not use? Some won't work, right? Because a skyscraper or a vertical banner, the shape itself is not helping to show a car, right? Or some placements like a button or a small rectangle are too small to show an ad. But you may need a half page at least, or a large rectangle at least to show the product, right? It may fit the dimensions of the product. It may fit how big you want to show this, right? And also there are certain perceptions, right? When you see a larger ad is when you are able to make a larger impression also in front of the customer, right? Think of Mercedes. Will Mercedes ever pick up a placement, a tiny, teeny placement? Whatever is the objective. Whenever you select any campaign and you prepare the ad group, so you have seen those ads where we upload an image, so basically you have to add multiple creatives into your mix. Okay. More creatives you have, more options you have, it will work, So you have to first deselect placements that you don't want. Okay. Now, amongst the select options that you have, you should keep maximum number of creatives because that will help you get more scale. If you just select half page, what could happen is not all websites could have half page, correct? So, your scale might get cut in terms of how many places Google might be able to find a great customer to show that ad to, but he might not be browsing a page where there is a half page option available. So although Google has identified a customer to show the ad to, it is not able to deliver because that particular placement option is not available. One, right? Or it could be a case where always Google is forced to just bid on half page. So it could have bid on large rectangle as well as in-range rectangle, but it is forced to bid on half page only, which means that it is trying to spend a lot of money on one placement and it will drive up the cost also in certain bidding models. So because of reasons of cost, scale, better visibility, better overall metrics, you should maximize the number of placements, but always be clear on what are the kind of placements you want. In some cases, if you are, let's say, communicating a discount, let's say 50% off on, for example, let's say 50% off on Swiggy, or you're saying 100 rupees cashback on all Amazon Pay transactions. Those are very simple direct messages. There a leaderboard might help, or even a small rectangle, or in some cases, even a button can communicate your message. So here are the tips. One is, of course, having various options of test copies, having multiple colors and images, right? So sometimes people don't get bored of the advertiser. They get bored of the advertisement, right? So I may not mind Amazon sending me 10 ads a day. Even all those 10 ads are entertaining and maybe, there are 3-4 different creators, right? But if you show the same ad to people, it will just become a blind spot. So even within any campaign, try to have various copies, images, etc. And within the campaign tree, when you build a campaign, you can see how you can add various creatives into the mix, how you can create ad groups, etc. That's a very easy thing to do. Also, a lot of experimentation can help, right? So trust me, whenever you start with advertisement for a new campaign or a new advertiser, the digital marketing manager may not know which ad type will work. So the skill is in trying out various ad types, figuring out which is working and then scaling. So remember, this flexibility is available for you as well. No employer expects you to just walk into that company with all the answers. It's not like they're interviewing Simran and Simran says, oh yeah, I know this is your business problem. Therefore, I am recommending Google to be run for this particular goal with this particular bid optimization model with this particular CT and it'll work. Simran doesn't have to answer like that. She just has to say, talk about things which more conceptually. When you have to get into actual work, you always have a dashboard in front of you. Google search or use the learn more functionality within the dashboard to research and understand what you want. And even after understanding what might work for you, you can run a lot of experiments and figure what's working best for you. Okay. Always add, if the display ads go well with the text ads that you are running, like for example, you may have search ads running. If you use similar descriptors there, it might actually help, because customer may have also seen the search ad a little while back. Some things are conscious, some things are, subconscious, but all of this work, right? Have a good call to action. So you may have seen a lot of those ads actually have one little button, right, called download now or learn more. Some of those are just added. It's not like the user has to specifically click on that area. User click anywhere on that ad, it will take you there. But just having that button there, just having a download ka image added to graphics will make people feel like clicking there. Got it? So that's why every ad should have a call to action and have more details, have specific information on display ads, right? Sometimes quoting EMIs, prices, all of that helps give more interest, because the ad's job is not just to show the ad to customer and leave. Sometimes it's about getting an action, click on the ad and get some details for a lead generation, right? Or get people to a website. All of that is aided if you give more information. And obviously, do not use very cluttered images, bad designs. Do not, put heavy files. It may become difficult for that file to load, right? And avoid using unnecessary text. One more thing to notice is that most of these are actually served to regular people on regular internet while browsing very regular apps. So you should not try to do too many fancy things on your display network ad. Okay. So if you have an image, let's say if it is the image of a, let's say an image, let's say, which shows a lot of natural beauty, and let's say it has a lot of people in it, plus sunrise, plus beach, plus waves, plus, your product, all of that in it. Don't put such complicated nuanced images that might look good on Instagram or Facebook may not look good on a GDN, because you have already seen some of these ad spots are tiny, are very, very small spaces, sometimes taking only 10%, 15% of your entire mobile screen, right? So you have to use simple images that will work for such kind of advertising. Now, the second side of job ecosystem. So you may have noticed digital marketing agencies, correct? There are so many. Now, why do we need agencies? It's a lot more, right? Because one thing, like Anish said, it's not possible that the client side folks, the brand side folks can look at it every day, right? Think of the average day, within internal teams, there might be a meeting. Sometimes it may not be even about digital marketing. It could be something else. You may have to all of a sudden drop everything and go into that meeting, right? Now you might need somebody to keep a sense check on campaigns all the time. One. Two is that when I'm at Swiggy, I will only know about systems that are working for Swiggy and various of Swiggy's brands and various of Swiggy's campaign. But somebody working in other industries, across clients may have more insight, or when there is a blocker, these guys might be able to give a suggestion. And that's a skill that agency brings, because agencies work with multiple brands. So they can take learnings from one brand and apply to the other brand. So, for example, what are some of the best optimization practices? They may know not only from your campaigns, but from various other campaigns. So when you guys think about working out jobs, so if you want to join at the client side versus the agency side, the thinking that is required versus the skill sets that you might want to develop might be different. Okay, so if you are planning for an entry into the agency side, for example, they might hire you starting for search or Facebook or Google. You need to have very strong domain specialization. So you need not have a width of knowledge of everything. So you need not know 100 things, because there might be people who know most of these things in that organization. But whatever you know, you may want to show an extreme degree of expertise in that. Obviously, they will give you on-job training if you are a fresher, but you will have to show that you have the best knowledge of that, right? So for example, if you want to make an entry through search, what do you need? Well, you may have to have a Google search fundamentals exam cleared. Got it? And add it to your resume. Again, it's a free thing, but you obviously showing a course like the current one that you're doing shows that acha, he has an overall system level understanding. Understood? Like an overall top view, larger level perspective, business understanding, the relationship between business and digital is there, all of it is clear. But if you are aiming for one particular entry point, you want to back up your resume with more specialization in that field. Understood? So if you are trying to make to CRM, you want to go learn email, and within email, there will be HubSpot. You have to learn HubSpot a little bit, do a certification of HubSpot. That way you can do an entry. And we will show all those platforms. Now, good thing about the course is whenever we are touching upon any topic, we are specifically taking through each of these elements. So for example, search, we have broken it down to every single screen of search, correct? So when you go and learn Google search fundamentals, you already know it. You have already learned it conceptually. Now you want a little bit more specific information. Another example is that here you may not by heart all the bid models. Like I said don't mug up. But if you are trying to enter through search, you may want to like learn it 50%, little bit more detail by spending more time. So you can specialize and make an entry. And obviously, once you enter the agency, you will go into various domains. Over a period. You will learn 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 platforms, right? All of that will naturally happen. But for your entry, you have to show maximum specialization on one of the domains. And you may have also realized that the kind of expertise required is slightly different on both, right? So if it is very brand specific, you not only work on digital, but you have to spend a lot of time with other cross-functional teams within marketing, within marketing and non-marketing teams, right? So if, let's say, I'm giving an example, if you're part of an e-commerce company, you have to not only speak to your digital agency or your marketing team, but you may have to be in touch with merchandising, product, tech, accounting, vendor management. Within business, there are cataloging teams, supply teams, category teams. You may have to talk to a lot of these folks to come up with the best campaigns. Whereas if you're on the agency side, your interaction very often becomes purely domain centric. So you don't have to come and speak to the merchandising team or a cataloging team within the company. You just have to speak to, let's say, Google or Facebook, so that you get the right inputs from them, right? And you work with the client to understand their needs and deliver. Only difference is, instead of handling one brand or its sub brands, you start handling X number of clients and X number of brands. And that is also something for you to choose. If you feel like, oh wow, I love Google, I love search, and I want to maximize my performance in the search domain, do not think of just joining one company. Because in a company, if you are going to head directly for a brand, you may not get to do search all the time, or they may ask you to learn 10 different things, right? But if you want to specialize, you might want to be in agency and become a master at it. So that's just a few overview, and we'll give you more insights as we cover various elements of the course. Okay, now we are going to get into a domain called remarketing. Now,
just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
I want to remind you, remarketing is not like search, video, or display. In the sense that these are not different things. So right now, if you notice, we learn search, we learn display, we learn video, and each of them seem to have its own principles. Remarketing is more like a domain that cuts across all of this. So when I discuss aspects of remarketing, you will hear some things that you may have already heard in video. You may have already heard in search, display as well, or display, video, or search, anywhere. So it's a combined concept. How do you make sure that you use display or search or video to attain a particular marketing goal? That is what remarketing is about. And very often in companies, there will be a separate remarketing team. Okay, so any firm will dedicate a few people saying that, hey guys, there is this remarketing domain and I want you guys to take care of remarketing. So getting into and remarketing, and why is it required? What does it cover? What does it not cover, etc. We'll get into now in the last 1 hour. I'm going to take one smaller subset to help you guys understand. I'm just left this picture in front of you. So basically it shows a user's perspective. So there is a web surfer. So let's say here it is, one of you guys only. I'm going to take, okay, whom do I take an example? Okay, let's say it's Abhinaya. So Abhinaya is the web server. She goes to a visit. She goes to a site. Let's say she goes to Myntra. Abhinaya has visited Myntra. Now, once Abhinaya logs in, Myntra gets Abhinaya's details. Gets some of the identifiers that, if Abhinaya has given her email or other details, it will pick that up already. Or it may have some details like what is the cookie ID of Abhinaya. And now Myntra also knows what is the page to which Abhinaya browsed. Did she come into the Did she come to electronics, or did she go to wearables, or did she go to shoes? Whichever segment they already know. But let's say she did not complete her purchase and she just left. Okay. Now, what happens when she starts surfing the web? What do you think will happen to her from a user perspective? What would happen? Think of you visiting any app, and when you quit that app and start doing something else, you will start getting some ads. Correct? Very often those ads are display, because display is the easiest to reach a customer. So 80% the probabilities that you will get a display ads that are specific to the product or the category that you have checked. So let's say Abhinaya goes to the catalog of Myntra and she looks at various smartwatches, right? So she looked at Geokey, she looked at Pebble, she looked at Fitbit, a few specific brands or few specific products. Now she will start seeing very specific communication about that product in the display ad. Very often it is display. There are some cases that you may get a video ad also, but video is not that easy to customize. So very often she will get a display ad. And that's the entire concept. So when it is a brand has various options to reach the customer. Correct? It can reach him over internet. So here, when we say remarketing, we are going to discuss paid remarketing. Clear? Which is one subset of it. And the easiest channel to understanding for remarketing is Google Ads. A lot of remarketing, I mean, there are other products like DPA, dynamic product ad from Facebook. There are remarketing on various DSPs, programmatic retargeting. Very often they are slightly more difficult to understand, and you need to understand that platform completely to get those ads, right? So we currently till now, we have learned Google's platforms in holistically 90% of search, display, video is covered. So now we know just enough to start understanding the concept of remarketing. Okay. So, and how does this happen? This happens through a process called tagging. Okay. And the larger point here is the website owner has to create separate tag for separate action or separate page browsing behavior. So somebody adds to a cart versus somebody clicked on a product, where somebody did a comparison between various products in the list. Each of it might need a separate tag to initiate a separate campaign type. Okay, so therefore there's a lot of work that is required by working with your tech team to build the right tags for the right ad. And like I said, this is also one aspect of digital. You don't have to worry too much about. Very often the tech team knows bits and pieces of it. And we will just show each of the steps step by step as well. So when you go into your Google dashboard, Google Ads dashboard, you will see an option called audience list on the side. So there you can work with specific audience lists and specifically remarketing lists. So all you have to do is follow the instruction here, click on those specific tabs and enter the remarketing segment. So you will, when you click and follow this path, you will enter a screen which says remarketing. Now within remarketing, there are 4 different options. Very, very easy. These are to understand. Website visitors are nothing but people who are tagged to a particular website behavior. You can retrieve the list of those users. Okay. App users are people who have shown a particular behavior on the app. Okay. So same way how you put a pixel on your a tag on your website, you can put a pixel or an SDK within the app, and it will populate, that user list will populate. You have a YouTube user. So these are people who come and view your video on your channel, right? Or take a particular action on YouTube, etc. Because that's a Google property, you'll get a lot more information and you can market to them. And there is a customer list option also. Customer list is when you upload a list of email IDs or phone numbers or advertising IDs for targeting. So for example, let's say I am Ola app. Okay. Within Ola, there are various users, people who use Micro, people who use Prime, people who use auto, etc. Let's say I want to run an ad which is specific to people who are currently using auto, to update them about a new discount offer. I may select the email ID or phone number of people from my internal database, the people who are using Ola Auto, and prepare a specific list with those criteria and upload it here for a campaign to be run on them. So it gives us not only an option to directly pick up some lists like website users, app users, YouTube viewers, it also lets you upload specific customer list of audiences. Now, when you create any ads, obviously, you're picking up what is the target visitor. You're going to give it a name, and then obviously you have to decide what kind of remarketing do you want to do, right? And what kind of, what also happens is, like I said, you're tagging various ads to people who visit a certain page within your app, right? You can set it as a rule, figuring out what is that page and what is the tag that it has to be associated with. This window usually gets slightly more complicated. This is slightly oversimplified version, but it varies based on your ad account, based on the kind of website that you are under. You don't have to worry about this at all this point of time. You will easily learn it when you have an application at your work. And even when you prepare those lists, you have an option to, it's not like, hey, I will fire an ad to everybody who visited my website in the history of my business, right? It has to be like picked up for specific windows. So you have an option to pick for 30 days, right? Now, one more option is, let's say, you also want to show the ad for a particular duration. I will give you an example. Suppose you have browsed something in 99acres.com, 99acres.com to rent a house. Okay. Now to rent a house, let's say they came, looked at a few options that are listed on 99acres.com and exited the app. Now you want to show an ad to the customer to remind him that Acha, he had seen this property, why don't he check it out? How many days do you think we should show that ad campaign? If somebody is looking for a house, mostly you will find it in some 30 days, most often, correct? So it's just a guess, but because we don't know if he found another house or not. But if we give it a window like 90 days, the problem is you might be wasting too much money on people who may have already found a house. Got it? So it's very important in remarketing that we decide how many days should we show the ad to the customer after the customer has taken an action. So, house buying is a much larger decision. It might need some more time. So you should not stop showing him the ad after 1 week. You might want to show him for a longer duration, but at a lower intensity. Correct? Because in the case of renting, that person is looking to close it 1 day early as possible in most cases. So you want to show high run rate. You want to put a lot of money in, but for a short period, so that the user sees a lot of your ads. But if it's buying a house, you want to disperse the spend a little bit so that you are persisting. You may want to visit that customer even 60 days later. So based on that, so there's no right and wrong answer. Based on the category, we have to decide what is the best window, and that is a very important part of remarketing. Yeah, the marketing concept. So same way, ad setup is identical because functionally, what are this? You have already learned display. So here we are setting up a display ad, for example. So all the things that you have learned before applies, except in the selection of audiences, you have to select a remarketing specific selection where you clearly say how they have interacted with your business. So if you want a remarketing ad, it has to be this one window, and thereafter you can bring in various definitions. Okay. So, and now tagging is very much of an easy process. You don't have to do it. You typically ask your tech team to do it, whether it's IT team or your dedicated tech team, and they know already this. So to help you understand tagging, I want you guys to do this. Just go to espncricinfo.com or quickbuzz.com. Just go on your tab. So I'm just gonna go here. I'm just gonna type in Cricinfo. onto the Quick Info platform. Can you see my screen? Can you see Quick Info? I've gone to the Quick Info screen. What you need to do is go to an empty area where there is no ad and look for view page source. Right click and check view page source. See, did you see the page open up? Yeah. So when you see right click and you see the code, you will see the Google tag here. All you have to do is just check. So all you have to do is look for this particular code there. You can see, right? See data, Google. Just do a Control F and find that code and you can find the tag there. So this is just a practical exercise for you to remember how a tag works. So any page that you go to will have these tags, and these tags are helping communicate back your actionables to your actions to Google. Got it? So it's as simple as this. So what? And now there is, so some of you might be managing the website from WordPress. In that case, there is an option to add the remarketing, Google remarketing plugin. So you can go to the WordPress dashboard, click on plugins, add new, and there is a Google remarketing plugin that you have to search and find and just install. So this most of you may not need to do. Only people who use WordPress, this you can do here. Now coming to the next segment called Gmail ads. Okay, cool. So we are going to get into this segment called Gmail ads creation. So Gmail ads are particularly those ads that you see within your Gmail. You know, when you may have when you open your mailbox, you will see certain ads which say sponsored, right? Or there would be this specific ad tag there. So basically, these are treated as display ads only, and they can be used for various goals. And they also have certain optimization, and these are very strong. So what I generally have seen is there are some companies or some businesses for which Gmail ads do not add any value, whereas for some companies this almost becomes like bread and butter. You know, so very often it's these two extremities, right? It also depends on what is it that specifically you want to sell. Think of yourself working for a credit card company, right? And a lot of people don't even think what is ad versus not ad. But a credit card company, sending you an email with an offer into your mailbox, coming on top of your mailbox, might lead to a lot more clicks and conversions, right? Rather than showing you a display ad or a video ad somewhere else, right? So in specific industries, I have seen this add a lot of value. So all you have to do is, go via the path that is mentioned in the deck. It's identical to how you start typical display ads, but the difference basically comes in terms of selecting in the third screen, specifically selecting Gmail campaign. So last time, when we set up a display campaign, we went with the standard display campaign option. Instead, here we are going with the Gmail campaign option. After this, very similar flow, you are going to get all the bidding options that you would see in the other campaign.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And you can set the budgets like other campaigns. A lot of similarities to the previous learnings that we have had. So there isn't much that you need to know differently in this case. But one important factor here is keywords. Like for example, very often it's best to show ads that match closely to the keywords that people may have seen recently, because this is very conversion centric, right? So unlike typical display ads, there's a little bit more importance that is coming to the search behavior. So you can obviously add keywords as a, you have to give definitely a lot more importance to this one particular tab. Other than that, there is no definition, no difference. Very similar in terms of campaign creation. You get a preview. You get to decide whether you want to show it on phone or computer, right? Because people may have different behavior to reading emails on a phone versus computer, right? So all of that is similar. And There is nothing much here rather than, obviously there isn't anything to discuss in terms of campaign setup. It's very similar, but the important concept to understand is figuring out what is the right use cases of Gmail ads. One example I already gave, credit cards. Yeah. Some of the other channels cases could be things like real estate, right? Where people typically have very immersive, they tend to understand things, etc. And would want things in detail, right? And also remember, you are reaching out to somebody when he's opening his email. So when I'm opening my personal email ID, I am definitely looking for information, or I'm keen for some update. Now, if I'm getting a right ad with the right copy and the right content for me, I will definitely click on it and read, right? And that is where the value comes in. You cannot pitch random products to consumers and expect a conversion. So for example, let's say I'm a person, I'm not planning to buy a new motorcycle. Let's say that has not even crossed my mind. I get a Gmail ad, which is on motorcycles. It'll never get even opened, right? So in this ad, it will start adding any value to you only when it is opened and read. Whereas in a display ad also, you can just push the ad into the feed and at least brand awareness or visibility is getting built. Here, even that doesn't happen. So you have to use it for specific use cases. So I will take a pause here and I'm going to discuss a concept called experiments. Let's do some baby steps. So here what you are going to do is a baby step, but that one important baby step is the easiest to understand and the easiest to crack. It's called an A/B test. And in some universes, they are also called control and test. Basically, the idea is simple. You give identical inputs to two different groups, but you are keeping something different. So it could be a different bid model, it could be a different creative, it could be a different budget run rate. And then you see which of them is delivering on your goal in a better manner. And very often, why is it called an A/B testing? Because you're going to start at a smaller scale. And let's say there is group A versus group B, each operating under one different set of conditions. And if you see A is doing better than B, you will scale A, correct? Or you see B is doing better than A, or you scale B, correct? So all these experimentations are also ever evolving. It's not like always that acha, you will have a clear A and a B and you will just test and learn. It could be a case where you do a B, but later you do a B1 and B2. All of that will happen, but there's more nuances. But let's think about it, right? So very often when you create an A/B testing, is it your full campaign? Is it your, will you run, let's say you have a 10 crore rupees to run a campaign for a month. Will you split it 5 crore and run 2 ABs? You start with a small sample. So you may work on, it's like writing an essay or a content. You might write a draft, just show it to a people and ask them, hey, what do you think, right? And then you may rework. Or let's say you have a movie and this movie could have 2 different endings. You might prepare 2 drafts of this script, run it to, let's say 50-50 people each, and see how people react to that and choose the best climax for the movie, correct? So that's why there is an option called drafts and experiments in Google Ads. Yeah. And one more thing to notice is that currently this feature is available in search and display, not in video. There are some also reasons why that's not kept live for video, and I will come to that. Another area where A/B testing is used a lot is also things like email marketing campaigns, or even SMSs, or even push notifications. Trust me, in a lot of cases, A/B testing is done. Even in product level features, A/B testing is done. So you may have seen scenarios where, let's say you see a particular feature available on Instagram or Facebook, but you talk to your friend and your friend has no clue. He has not seen it at all. Correct? Or you get a particular, kind of listing in your app. Let's say you're opening OLX. Your OLX looks like one way, whereas your friend ka OLX ka feed looks different. As in, like I'm saying, homepage. So a lot of A/B tests are happening all the time as we speak. It happens in product, it happens in marketing, and all of the larger idea is just to understand which one to scale or which one to sustain. And this is the operations to set up a A/B testing. So in the campaigns, when you log into your ads account section, you will already see what are the campaigns that are already live, right? Within itself, you can go create various A/B test experiments. You just have to pick the campaign, and after you pick the campaign, go to this drafts and experiments column and start with your draft. So basically, a draft is nothing but a variant, correct? So think of the script example. So in a movie, you will create various drafts with various climaxes or with various storylines. Same way, you can take the same ad, make different drafts of it. And once you have a draft, now whenever you create a draft, it's not necessary that it will affect your original campaign. And why? Sometimes you may have to prepare a draft and may have to show to your manager or show to other stakeholders and say that, hey guys, this is what it looks like. This is how I've set up. And then if you have various drafts ready, you can go to the experiments page and run them as experiments. So when you run experiment, Google clearly knows, the reason why the manager is running this is because he's running an experiment. So Google is also clear that he has to, set various rules there. What days to run that campaign? What is a split? So for example, here I've given a 50% split, which means that 50% people will see one draft versus another 50% will see the next draft. And you start running that ad. So basically nothing, it's just the next steps are just naming of the campaign and naming of various variations, nothing to learn here. Now, when you said that A/B experiment, a few things to notice is that there are certain limitations. See, it's not like, if you let people, just think of a scenario. Let's say you can start an A/B experiment and the results are available to you even after, let's say 2 or 3 days. What is the issue with that? It sounds nice. We are getting an early feeler of what is working, what is not working. But there are some issues with it. What are the problems if you try to read the results too early? So sometimes you have to give the system some time to optimize also, right? So it's possible that the first 2-3 days, the behavior could be very straight, but could learn and the systems could optimize and things could better over a period of time. That's why Google has itself set a certain time window for the answers to be shown. After that, you will get a detailed report. So sometimes taking decision too early is also not right. Give it some time. One more thing is that they also act as good input points, right? When a particular ad is not working versus another, you also have to take learnings from it. Correct? It's not just about saying, I have 2 ads, ad 1 and ad 2. Ad 1 performed best, so let's run ad 1. It's not just that. Try to think critically and try to understand what made that ad work better. So when you have to do the next campaign, you can take the learnings from here directly rather than, too much experimentation is also not good. Then your focus will go on experimentation and not on campaigning. Understood? So try to learn from every experiment. So what would happen in, let's say, a big organization is that every time we do an experiment, we document that learning. That is one. Second is you look at each of these aspects, and sometimes you can even keep some of these campaigns running, but with certain optimizations and see what is making the change. So sometimes you can have it may not be just one variable that is different across A and B. These could have different approaches. You could have, for example, let's say you can split it to 2 of your team members. Let's say you have 2 juniors and these 2 have very different thinking and approaches. You want to understand which approach is working better. You could work it out that way. Okay, cool. We'll start off Facebook advertising. So if you would remember, I discussed about how if you have a good understanding of Google and Facebook environments, you're 90% there in terms of having the requisite skill sets to kind of start out in the industry. And I also discussed about how about 2/3 of advertising monies are anyway spent on a Facebook or a Google platform, right? So from a lot of different angles, when you approach digital marketing learning, familiarizing yourself with Google and Facebook always helps a lot. Few other features about both these platforms is that they are highly evolved. They are pioneers of a lot of thinking that has happened in digital marketing. Therefore, they are fairly evolved products as well. Also, there's a lot of documentation since it's fairly democratized in the sense that there are a lot of practitioners and experts in the industry. You will find a lot of information and discussions online on this, right? So a lot of these factors make it very easy for you guys to kick off, right? Both in terms of learning, as well as, even if you are operating a business or handling digital marketing function in a company, very often these two platforms sort of do maybe 60-70% of the hard lifting for everybody. And to give you a context, give you one little excerpt that I came across recently. I saw someone saying that a lot of the venture capital, whatever is the venture capital that tech companies get these days, 50% of the money in marketing ends up going back to Facebook or Google. They say that because eventually all of them start using Facebook and Google for advertising when they start off. And a lot of the money eventually flows back into these two systems. So that's how important they are to businesses. I think the attention, we will get started with the topics. So I have summarized a few aspects about Facebook advertising. Some of you might already know this, right? So basically coming to this, right? So whenever we have any social platform, which is community, you would notice these issues where people start misutilizing it, right? They see a feature, they realize, for example, okay, I can comment, and if I start getting comments from people, my post may reach more people. So they might do some trickery in their post just to get people to comment, saying that comment yes if you agree. Or, so for example, you may have seen this in other platforms like LinkedIn as well, right? Where people find these artificial ways to generate engagement. So Facebook figures out that, hey, if I have to retain the quality of interaction, then if we have to retain the quality of interaction, we have to enforce certain rules. So if somebody is not creating value to the community, we may have to push those posts down, right? So that way, a lot of organic reach also got compromised over the years. And they are very clear that, what has happened over the years is a user may like X number of pages. We all may have liked about 50 to 300 pages on an average. Most of us like about 50 to 300 pages. Now, can we get the content of all these 300 pages in the feed? Yeah, we cannot get the content of all these 300 pages, right? So Facebook also has to do some prioritization. It's not like anybody who has built an organic.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Following on Facebook can show all of their content to all the users at all the time, right? And apart from all this user engagement related perspective, another important aspect of all these businesses is monetization. What does monetization stand for in the advertising world? So I would say one of the subsets that you have seen is obviously advertising, correct? So for example, a brand, you put an ad on Facebook and Facebook makes money from that directly. That is one example of monetization. There are other ways in which platforms monetize too. One example is TikTok. Sometimes if you have to trend, TikTok used to have certain offerings in India where a brand has to work directly with TikTok and pay TikTok to activate that particular feature. So it's not necessarily advertising, but it could be a solutioning in the content space that will happen only when you pay the platform. So all these efforts which help these platforms get the money, all these platforms that help, all these ways in which a platform can generate money is called monetization. So this is what has happened over the years. Typically, and this is just a generalization. So it's like, if a brand were to put out, a content, a post, how many percentage of its followers would see that content? So long back, there were very few Facebook pages. And there were very few brands trying to engage with the consumers. Therefore, you would get good degree of organic reach. But over a period, because the number of Facebook pages have multiplied and the number of interest that people typically, show, show on Facebook increased, the organic reach also dipped. Now, in this scenario, can you depend just on organic reach to reach the right number of followers? No, you would obviously need to have paid advertising. Very easy to understand. I mean, it's a very easy concept to grab. When should I do paid advertising? So here, obviously, these are a few aspects of paid advertising, right? And very often, a lot of small businesses make the incorrect, have the incorrect approach to Facebook advertising. They will make a page, they will work hard on content, put it out there, but will not run advertising. And a lot of people say that, hey, Facebook has become evil over the years because, nothing is organic. Everything you have to put money. But that's also an unfortunate truth that we have to put up with as business owners or advertisers. Now, a few reasons why it's incredibly easy to advertise on Facebook is, it's so easy. If you have a Facebook page, you can almost set up your ad account in a few minutes, link your credit cards, getting your billing ready and get started very quickly, right? And the truth is, people like it or not, everybody is on Facebook, and Facebook has a lot of information about people. So you can reach people for specific activities. If they have shown interest in your business, visited your website, you can easily do remarketing. Facebook also lets you achieve a number of goals. So you may have seen on Google how there were various goal options. Same way, Facebook has multiple goals, and we will get to that. And Facebook also has this ability to be super simple. It's so advanced. There are so many aspects. But if you break down each of these aspects, they are so simple to learn. Yeah. And it also is, in the end, a social channel, right? So you sometimes get these perks of engagement when you like push money on any of your content on Facebook. So we'll just try to break down the overall Facebook advertising ecosystem for you guys. Now, if you may have noticed, Google used to have a much wider environment, right? Google used to go sign up a lot of publishers, add them to the network. Google also has a programmatic platform. So programmatic, in a way, is it lets you buy inventory anywhere, everywhere across the world. Very often it will have in paper unlimited access. So don't worry about what programmatic is, but usually Google typically has a much higher reach. It tries to be anywhere and everywhere. Whereas Facebook's philosophy is slightly different. What Facebook will do is say that, hey, I am going to own a lot of the web itself. If a user spends 3 hours online every day, I want to own about 30 minutes of that through Facebook, 30 minutes of that through Instagram, and 30 minutes through WhatsApp, thereby taking a large share of time that that a user spends on the Facebook network. And eventually that is more money for them also. Instead of acting like a broker, Facebook can directly sell placements to customers, getting a better margin. So their model is slightly different from Google. I am not sure, they are trying, but I'm not sure it has the same scale as Google, in the sense that the coverage of inventory where it can reach. But there is so many people on various of these networks, and they are so regulars that eventually you can reach the same guy through Facebook as well, although on very Facebook-owned kind of inventories. So all the inventory that I have listed here is not Facebook-owned. Some of it is, it's not, and we'll get to that. First one is Facebook newsfeed. So basically, newsfeed is that stream of content that comes in your app. And newsfeed is actually a fairly general word. So even if a lot of other apps also used to refer to that, the main scroll as newsfeed. So why do you call it newsfeed? I'm not sure. But you typically get all your advertising and like one of you said, the content from your friends, the posts from your favorite brands, all in that stream. And that is the most important property for Facebook as well, because one, Facebook technically owns it. And it's probably the space where most of us spend a lot of time, right? And obviously it is present in both desktop and mobile. And the next property is easy to understand, Facebook Messenger. So you may have seen even within Messenger, they serve you ads sometimes, right? The third is Facebook Audience Network. GDN, through Google reached a lot of people, and Facebook was slightly late into the game, but Facebook started with Facebook Audience Network. And I believe that it has definitely a lot lesser reach versus GDN, because there are a fewer number of sites that are onboarded on Facebook Audience Network. So what did Facebook do? They also went to various publishers. So it could be a Times of India, it could be a Men's XP. Think of all your regular websites on mobile, right? So here it's specifically the mobile inventory that Facebook has built its audience network on, and they can serve ads over there. And these ads also have some typical formats, and you can easily identify them also when it comes in the feed. You can see certain markers which kind of helps you figure out that a child served by Facebook. Another property that came about 5 years ago is instant articles, which is basically where you are tapping on a content, you read that blog or that article, but you remain within the Facebook environment. You're not exiting and going into another website. Now, within that instant article, so when you scroll through those blogs, you might see specific ad placements. Okay. And at the same time, we also have a Facebook marketplace, which is basically your, the shopping kind of environment, not very evolved in India. Also Facebook stories, and you guys know Facebook stories. Snapchat actually had the concept of stories more than 7 years, 6 years back. And over a period, Facebook mimicked that property, that placement. And now that has actually killed off Snapchat to an extent. These live for only a short period of time, technically for the user. So within those stories also, brands can place ads. So it will look exactly like a story. It will come in a vertical post, but that's just an ad. It comes, you see it, you can either click and take an action, or it will just disappear after the planned stay in the feed. So this is the overall advertising inventory of Facebook. And it's very easy to figure out when to use a Facebook ad. So if you are, again, a young marketer, you have a social media page, there will be times when you would be wondering, hey, should I use a Facebook ad? Very simple. Whenever you have any of these needs, these are some examples. If you feel like, acha, I want more of engagement, more likes, more visibility, get some leads, need more signups, I want people to download my app, all of these are easy ways to understand, okay, now I need to start Facebook advertising. And this may look very basic for you, but trust me, there are so many businesses that suffer because they do not take that step. Very often what happens is, let's say, I'll give you an example. My school, the school where I studied, completed my higher secondary, they had a social media page, 3-4 years back. And one of the ex-students, who was also a junior of mine, was managing it. They were very happy with this guy. He would talk big. These are very senior folks who are administrators. They think that, okay, he's managing the page, he's putting pictures, beautiful pictures of the school, he's going to get me signups, or people are, generally it had no value. Only people who used to follow that page was just the alumni. Now you cannot expect the school to get more academic admissions from a page where the content is seen only by alumni. It might help a little bit, but to generate good value, they may have to do advertising, correct? And advertising would have helped with so much sign up. And a later period of time, when a management changed, they actually run advertising. They ran local awareness campaigns, and it actually helped them with a lot of lead generation for that school. And especially this school was slightly away from the main city road, so the visibility was low. And this actually helped them get a lot of sign-ups in their acad years. So there are a lot of cases where you're losing lakhs and crores of value because you just did not see an opportunity. So this looks too silly and too simple, But this is one giant step that I would prompt all of you guys to take as well. Now, this could have great implications in your line of work. So currently you might be in a different role where, let's say, your company may not even have a digital role. But when you start doing this, right, you are you're genuinely giving a chance at generating value and get started something that can make a monumental difference. So getting into ad creation. Now, why I am also going with the steps to create the ads is, when you go through the steps is when you understand how to marry your objectives to specific kinds of campaigns. So you will have a business goal and figure out what is the objective that you should match it on. How do you figure out the right target audience, budgeting, finding the ad type, all of this runs in parallel. Facebook has amazing documentation. So if you just follow this link, it has this very, very consumer-friendly ads guide. And trust me, you don't even have to be a digital marketer sometimes to learn and understand that. Very beautifully written. A lot of my, for example, when I started working on Facebook a few years back, there weren't any educational tech platforms in India. So a lot of my knowledge, I worked hands-on on these pages and learned from there. The first thing that you need to visualize when you think of a campaign is that a campaign will have a structure. Correct? So obviously you might have a overall campaign that houses your objective. Within that campaign itself, it's not like there's only one ad, correct? Or you cannot put every ad in a separate campaign. It might become too difficult to manage. Within campaigns, therefore, you need a hierarchy. Sometimes some people call it a tree. It's not an official word, but something you can, keep in your mind to easily understand is how a tree is, right? It starts with a root, which is a campaign. From there, it will go to the branches, which is ad set. From the branches, it will go into the twigs, which are your ads or leaves. Twigs or leaves, which is ads equivalent. So that's one way to easily visualize it. So at each of this level, you will have different parameters that you can play with. Eventually, this ends up with the ad. Basically, the ad is what is the image that you upload, what is the copy, what is the call to action, etc. that you give against it. So to get started, obviously the first activity is to create a Facebook Ads Manager. Very easy task. So I have also, when you give this slide, it is clickable. When you click, naturally you will land in the Ads Manager if your Facebook account is logged in. Also, it's very easy to navigate to Ads Manager. Sometimes you don't even need to click the specific link. If you're already logged on Facebook, just Google for Ads Manager ka page. And when it loads, when you click, it will automatically log you into the Advertisement Manager. Advertisement Manager is nothing but a dashboard where you go in and start your campaign setup. So I will come to the overall campaign setup overview. So if you notice, there are campaigns, ad sets, and specific ads within those sets. Right? So when you click on a create button and start with your campaign setup, the first page that you will encounter is basically an objective. So this is more like, similar to what Google is. Whenever you are setting a campaign, you need to specifically define what is the objective. So I have given a bucket list of this 11 objectives. Now, obviously, it becomes difficult for you to understand if I go through, each of this one by one. What I will do is I will cluster them according to the brand funnel or the consumer funnel or the marketing funnel. Yeah. Basically, there is awareness, consideration, and conversion. So a marketing funnel is awareness, consideration, and conversion. So whenever a customer goes about purchasing a product or making a buying decision, the marketing theory, this is a bit of a theory, right? Because you want some structure to be put in and you need to model it in a certain way. So if you are an MBA, there is, when you learn marketing, this is one of the fundamental concepts that you will learn. So basically there is an awareness stage, consideration stage, and then purchase intent and purchase. But, that the last two are kind of coupled here into conversions. So these are the three stages in which these objectives are clustered. Now this becomes very easy. So whenever you are dealing with a marketing task, so just understand for the particular goal that you have, what is that stage that you are referring to? Are you trying to spread awareness about a new product? Are you getting people to think about your product by giving more details? Or are you just absolutely looking at a final sale, a conversion where he will come and transact, give you money and leave, right? So it's organized in these three clusters, and that's why it becomes very easy. So whenever you have a marketing goal, you come back, and we will give specific examples of this. So do not worry if this concept is not striking for you in the first go. Do not worry. So in Aware, and I will also show you how this particular structure looks in the actual ads manager. So in the ads manager, whenever you click on create campaign, this is how. So I've clicked on create new campaign, and this is the first screen that will open up, which is nothing but a mirror image of what we saw before. So Facebook has organized it in this manner, and all you have to do is click and select the goal that you want to pick up. Easy. So that's the first step to get started. So we will start with, so in the case of reach, so if you notice here, this is DKNY's campaign, and basically they have launched a collection with Bella Hadid, and what they are trying to do is make sure that they want to reach most people with this association of Bella Hadid with DKNY. Now you will obviously have a question, can I run it for brand awareness as an objective? Yes. If you are specifically getting people to, so in this particular case, they might be just trying to maximize the reach on a budget, right? Just throw it out there. It's just like an announcement that this is spring collection and just want to run their name by quickly. So you can run almost the same ad on awareness objective as well. So it's a subjective call based on what exactly you're trying to do. So if you have that doubt, that's also all right, because these are all sitting under the same umbrella of awareness campaigns. Yeah. Now coming to the second bucket, which is consideration. So in the case of consideration, you are getting people specifically in your website, messenger or app, and try to get people to think about the product offerings that you have, right? So here, if you see, it's a website called Mouth. It has some specific products for holidays, and it wants to get people to consider all these products right there, right? So here they are not pushing for an immediate closure. It's not like they are saying, hey, they are assuming that maybe in the stage of the business they may not be a they may not be a super familiar brand where people just click and buy, like Amazon or a Flipkart is. Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, I may just click and buy. Here, there might be still somewhere in the middle stage where they are just trying to just attract at least some traffic, get people to spend some time on their website or app, and therefore they have optimized for traffic. So here, what would Facebook do? Facebook knows that, okay, and I have discussed this concept in the past, also for other platforms. So here Facebook will think, okay, now I have this ad with me, and who are the people who generally click on ads and have the habit of going to websites? So overall, in our general population, there might be some people who actually have the habit of clicking on a lot of ads. So they might get a priority 1. 2, they also know the interest and the demographics and the intent of people. So Facebook will also try to predict and identify who are the people who have a higher probability of clicking on this ad. Okay, so it will make sure that it sends maximum traffic to the website. Now, and this is fairly possible. All these optimizations, although sound very similar, can drive a lot of different output, because when you're running a campaign, most campaigns are potentially targeting lakhs and crores of audiences, correct? So just giving enough wisdom in terms of going to the right person and showing the ad to that person can make a great net impact on the overall output of that advertisement. Moving to the third object, one common other objective within consideration, it's called app installs. So these are usually used by your, e-commerce apps, booking apps, etc., where they clearly want an install. So we have already discussed examples like Ola, Uber in the past, right? Swiggy in the past, where these apps, their primary job is to somehow get person to install the app. And then it becomes a very different journey. All of a sudden, you can do email, push SMS, etc., or you can show more details in the app and they get converted. Therefore, whenever you want to absolutely drive those installs, you run app install ads on Facebook. And this is one of the primarily uh, tools used by a lot of these app companies. So think of any of those firms, a Book My Show, an Events Swiggy, Ola, Uber, anything where you typically keep the app installed on your phone and they are fighting for you to use them for every transaction. They will run a lot of these app install ads. We are looking next at the objective called leads. People signs up and shows an interest in a particular product. So here it is a limited fork service called Shutter, where it is some people have to sign up to watch some select content. So here the objective is to get people to sign up. So again, it may specifically go to people who have that behavior. And you would notice that a lot often. So for example, I want you guys to try doing this. Whenever you get any sign up or lead generation wala ad in your feed, just go randomly and just sign up. You sign up 3-4 times and trust me, these ads will start chasing you, not just that particular advertiser, but various other advertisers ads as well. Because now Facebook or Google has figured out that, okay, whether Rahul or Prakhar as a person is someone who is going to typically sign up for various lists. Next is specifically coming to the objective called conversions. So conversions are fairly simple. This is definitely looking for a sale. It is right there. You typically give a product specific discount. Here you are not trying to show a plethora of products. You're not trying to show them 50 products, maybe one product or maybe a carousel of 3-4 products, and get people to go shop. And you will also notice conversions are also for categories where typically people make buying decisions quickly. For example, if it's buying a shirt or a belt, we may do that without doing much of a research, correct? But we cannot obviously run this for, let's say, a category like automotive. You cannot expect people to, let's say, go buy a car or a bike at one click. So conversion also usually applies for this lower value purchases where it is an easy decision making for the customer. The customer will not do too much research and they would do a conversion. And for that, there is either a direct app or a web option where you can come and buy from the website. Or there are some cases where there are specifically catalog. So what happens is the catalog means that in the back end, any e-commerce website will have a large catalog. For example, you may have seen those Amazon ads where Amazon says, hey, I have a catalog of 5 crore products. Or, ads like Swiggy or Zomato saying that, hey, I have 2 lakh restaurants listed. Now, each of those restaurant menus or items listed on an e-commerce website sits in a catalog. Yeah. So any ad that directly links to the catalog of the website and people get to, here if you see it comes as a carousel form. People can click on this little slider on the right and can see various products within the catalog. So those are specifically called product catalog sales ads. So we'll get into ad set creation, which is basically if you follow the conversation, we decided what is the kind of objective that we want to chase. And the next step is ad set creation. So I'm giving one example of a traffic campaign. So let's assume our aim is to get some traffic into our website, right? Basically getting people who are interested to travel. And there are Now to get traffic, I could actually get traffic in multiple means, right? We shouldn't just depend on one or two kinds of ads to do it for us. We should think of what are the various ways I could drive traffic. And here I'm just taking few examples. One is I could already have a first party email list. Let's say I am Make My Trip. I have email IDs of people who travel a lot before. So I know some prospects whom I can target with this campaign. One. Second is, within a particular city, for example, Bangalore, I can propose people to, pick up there might be some people who have categorically shown interest in holiday packages, and Facebook may have tracked that behavior. So I can specifically sell holiday packages to some people with, a message where I am going to prioritize, let's say maybe a packaging of, a 3-day, 4-night trip or something like that, right? Or there could be some people who do not show specific purchase level interest, like, looking for a holiday package, but there might be some people who browse travel related blogs, etc. So it's more of a behavior level. So I would say that, okay, I'm going to go after all this bunch of people, and I would definitely need to set up various ad sets. So this is how it goes. So whenever you create the ad sets, within that you will get these options of figuring what is your geography. And if you would notice, Facebook gives you a lot of options. It lets you customize your age.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Put various options like gender and it will also show you right away what is the audience size that is available with the definition that you have given. So if you look towards the right of the screen, you can see a tab called audience definition. So what do you have to fundamentally do is make a change in the window and see how it is affecting the audience size. So whenever you are making any definition, it will already show you, within the definition that you have given, what is the audience size that is available, got it? And how many people can be reached within that. So this way, you don't have to go with some, assumptions before you start your campaign setup. You can figure out a lot of things on the run as well. Okay, so I discussed interests, behaviors, etc. Now, the difference between interest and behavior is very simple. Interest very often shows things like, people following a particular content or liking a particular page. So I am someone, let's say, who have liked some travel blogs, went and Make My Trips Facebook page. This shows that I'm interested in travel, right? So it could be, then Facebook may put me in a group called travel enthusiasts or people who have shown interest in travel. It could just be a name that Facebook makes up and put me and tag me in that segment. Now, think of, let's say, my friend. Let's say she travels from city to city, and obviously Facebook is tracking her travel behavior. It has its location. So it clearly shows that she keeps moving from city to city, or she goes to certain designated tourism locations, which clearly shows that she is a travel enthusiast. So there is an actual behavior. If the first is more interest, there can be behavior. And all of these are predictors of the fit of the audience for our campaigns. So you can either merge an interest and a behavior, or in some options, you will only pick one. You will just say, I'm going to create one ad set. In that ad set, I'm going to put people all who are interest-based. Typically, and I'm not, it's a pure generalization, need not always be true, is that people who show behavior is usually will convert better or respond better than people who have an interest. And I'll give you an example to explain that. Think of people in this instance. A lot of people actually refer to travel blogs, make plans to go to Goa, plan up with friends. So there's a lot of browsing happening. But will all of these guys travel as much as they like to?
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
So if there is a larger number of people, there could be only a small set of people who might actually travel. So an actual behavior is better than just showing interest in something. So in some cases, behavior might give you much more targeted, narrower audiences generally. But sometimes the issue is also that, you know, uh, it might be a narrower base. Okay. There can be some examples where in the same category, interest can be much lower than behavior. Now, after you have created the rules for targeting, you have to come and select the ad placement. Placement means, I'll just go back to an older site to help you guys recollect. There are news feeds, there are messengers, audience network, etc., etc. So when these are all called placements, as in, so we need some word to refer to the kind of placements where we show people ads, right? So that definition is getting done here. So here you have two options. There is an automatic placements recommendation and there is a edit placements representation. Automatic placements means you are allowing Google to decide where to show. So you made an ad, Google itself will customize the size of that ad, etc. slightly to make it visible in various placements. So you are letting it even go on audience network, newsfeed, it can go anywhere. And you are not specifically dictating. But if you want to specifically dictate where are the placements, so if you decide that, okay, my ad should go only on newsfeed, I don't want it to go on audience network, I can do an edit placements and manually select which are the placements to go. Then comes at an ad set level is where you put the budget in. So you come here, you can assign a lifetime budget or a daily budget. Both options are available. What time do you want to start? What do you want to end? You have options available. If you click on the show more options, you can even select what time of the day do you want to show the ads, right? Certain ads could be effective in the morning or evening, or sometimes, your your business might not be operating late night or, overnight. So you may want to only show your working hours, the ads only during your working hours, right? So all of that is possible. Coming to the last step and the last element of the tree. Now, I broke down how the structure starts with basically campaign, then ad sets, and coming to the final ads. So this is where you give the skin and flesh to the ad. So this is basically the look and feel of the ad. What is the imagery? What is the call to action? What are the headlines that you want to show against the ad, etc. Very similar to how you have done for Google. It will let you select the particular format. So here you can see carousels, single image or single video, or there are options called collections and instant experience. Right now we'll spend time on this linear flow. So let's say you have decided that it's going to be a ad in this format. Whenever you are adding, your text and your imagery, it will also show you preview of how it looks across various placements. You can see how it looks on, for example, desktop newsfeed, mobile newsfeed, audience network, all the options that it comes available. It will be seen, and this is just a review of whatever we have done. First step is, of course, figuring out what is the objective. Then we are coming to the next step where we select the audience, the interest, all the details. Then after that, we have come to set the budgets, right? And then we came and picked up the placements and picked up what is the ad booking. Now that I have reached the end of the step-by-step activity, what I will do is specifically explain to you what each of these tabs mean. So if you see, there is an option called carousel, which we have already explained. Correct? So in carousel, it's basically slides. You are going to slide from one ad to the other on the feed. And carousels usually have an individual headline for each of the slide. Okay, if you take your Facebook feed and you check a carousel ad, against each of the image below there will be a different headline. So in some particular cases, a carousel ad might be useful for you. In some cases, a single image or a single video will be useful for you, right? There are even options called slideshows or connections. Slideshows basically are like, they're effectively more like a video. You get to see slide by slide, and your another option that you have is something called a full screen experience. So instant articles, etc., are examples of that. So these days you might get those ads where once you click on it, it expands and it takes over the entire screen. Now within that screen, you can browse around products or see various options that they have done, or instant articles could pop up, right? So anything that has a screen takeover that follows it is called a full screen experience. All of this has plenty of guidance. What are the best practices for each? There are a lot of guidances available within the Facebook Ads Manager, and they have even great examples of this. Okay, so these are few tips for maximizing ROIs. So if you notice, the word that is used is maximizing ROIs. Okay, and that's a very, very important aspect of digital. So whenever you start running a campaign, you can obey certain basic principles to ensure that you are using the platform in the best possible manner. 1. 2, you can make relevant incremental changes to your setup to make sure that the campaigns are performing in the best manner. So picking up the first point, so if you notice, Facebook itself has built a product in such a way that it can cater to various elements of the marketing funnel, correct? So sometimes, especially if you are not running television ads or running other YouTube ads, or anything to improve brand awareness or visibility, sometimes you may want to establish awareness first, right? And then over a period, once people are clear about your brand or your product, start bringing him into the consideration set later, right? And then probably running more sales-centric campaigns if that is possible for your category. So even within Facebook, we should always try to understand funnels, one, and map users to the specific objectives for each stage, as well as think of that sustenance plans. So very often, that's why in any marketing teams also, you will see a brand awareness team or a product awareness team who work very hard trying to build awareness, and there might be a conversion centric team or a retargeting team who would specifically try to drive more conversion oriented objectives. So usually you even have within organizations, sometimes you may even have different teams running these objectives. They may have an overall, they may report into a same manager or a boss who might have a control over the overall funnel, but sometimes it takes so much skill to develop communication specific to each part of the marketing funnel. And one of the easiest categories to understand this is automotive, cars and bikes, etc. And I'm taking that example because it's easy for you to understand this, right? It has a very clear funnel. Suppose, think of this time when Morris Garages launched in India. So MG Motors. I know most of you will be aware of it right now, but for some of you, it might still be unfamiliar, right? When that brand came into the Indian market with a product called Hector, right? It may have to first come and build some awareness. So they ran a lot of awareness campaigns which talks about the British heritage. It used to feature, British actors trying to like talk about that overall premiumness and the British heritage that the brand came with, right? And that built a strong awareness about the product. Now, when it comes to consideration, now it's not like they came in the day one and started, telling people about the EMIs or where their nearest showroom is or very specific features about the product. Initially, it was more about building that awareness. And probably after that is done is when they started looking at more conversion specific goals, consideration specific goals. So they started driving more people into their website so that they can see what the product is about, understand the product from various features that it may have listed on the website. And after that, probably like run campaigns which will get people to, probably sign up or take a test ride. So you have to go through that funnel where, you start with more awareness and then go to more purchase specific options. Second aspect to keep in mind is ad frequency, right? And this is subjective. There is no general rule saying that, hey, too much frequency is 10 or 15 or 20. It depends on how good your creative is, right? What kind of creative it is. For example, I see a static ad, a banner ad, or a display ad, various names for it. They are often very passive. They do not distract you too much. I see a static ad a few times, I may not mind. But if a video keeps interrupting me in my newsfeed and it keeps coming every day and over and again, and for a long period of time, it may irritate me and I may just block that advertiser, or I'll hate that advertiser so much that I may even start having negative feelings towards it. So there is no hard and fast rule, but it's up to the skill of the advertiser to decide, in this ad, how many exposures are a good number. What is a good exposure in terms of frequency cap? What is the frequency? Then there are some derived frequency metrics like the average frequency. For example, you cannot ask Facebook to set the average frequency. You can only set the maximum frequency. And as per the optimizations, etc., it will deliver you a frequency range, right? So that is one aspect to always look at. And do not just look at an overall campaign level. A campaign might be run for 3-4 months. Do not look at the frequency just for the overall 3-4 months or the entire lifetime of the campaign. Also try to pick specific time windows like 1 week, 1 month, etc., and see how the frequency has varied in that period. All of this will keep, the best audience experience, one, and two. There's also, when you run these experiments, you will slowly start learning for each of the marketing objective, and for your category, what might be the best frequency. So you can also try to optimize towards that frequency over a period of time. One mistake that, now coming to the third point, one mistake that I have seen a lot of people do is they go rapidly change budgets. For example, I'm taking an A/B test example itself. Let's say you have 10 lakh rupees and you start the campaign with 2 ad sets, which are at, let's say, and you put 1 lakh into each of the campaigns. Now you figured out that the first campaign is not doing well at all. The second campaign is doing well. So you're very clear that I want to take ad set B and give it more money, right? Or campaign B and give it more money. In that scenario, should I go put all the 10 lakh into that campaign immediately? Absolutely. So right now you saw a certain degree of performance. It's hitting certain performance indicators, hitting in your goals, but it's at a particular budget. So you have to also start slowly change budget slowly. Do not change too many things in a campaign at once. A quality campaign manager so in the beginning, you can experiment a little, but once your campaign is settled, it's doing well, do not change too many things. Some things that some people do is, okay, the campaign was set for 60 days. All of a sudden, the boss says, "Hi, isko 30 din kar do." Without even arguing with the boss or even just checking what are some flexibilities, you just go and change the duration from 60 days to 30 days all of a sudden, right? Or all of a sudden, somebody says, "Hey, the ad is, I don't have enough budgets. Let's try to cut budgets. and you immediately go cut down the budgets. These rapid changes are never good. Try to always take smaller changes. Now, this sounds like a very easy point to do, but when you actually go to work, this might become a difficult thing. So you might be a media manager, but you may have a boss who doesn't understand media. One. Two, in some cases, it may not be even under your control, correct? Some of the business reasons might change. For example, you are selling a product, your advertisements are doing really well, and all of a sudden that product has a stock out. What will you do? Very often, you should always put your business objectives as first priority. Where I see a lot of young managers go wrong is that they think, and they're doing a great job. They are being honest. They know their trade. So therefore, they are saying, hey, don't post this because, it'll throw my optimizations into a mix. But in the end, business is always important, right? If you have an ad, but eventually you will get a converter on your website, but you're not going to ship that order, there is no purpose running that out. In that case, you may have to pause it. But the key element in any kind of pausing is that you should make sure that you make a loud call out to your management saying that, guys, so for example, when you run campaigns, right, you might get a cost per order figure. So let's say every sale of, let's say, the product that you're selling on your e-commerce came at an average 300 rupees. Now, it is from a completed campaign versus if it is from a post campaign, you should have a very different way of expressing that metrics to your management. Because what does it mean if you're posting a campaign midway? Obviously, you have the number that you're seeing is not the most optimal number. Maybe the platform had even higher scope to give you a better cost per order towards the end of the campaign, but we did not hit that. So do not ever quote that number to management saying that acha mujhe cost per order 500 rupees mila, because in reality it may have had the potential to come to even 300 and 350. So whenever a discussion comes up, also talk to your seniors and say that, guys, remember this cost per order that you see, this performance that you saw from the campaign was when you post the campaign in the middle of. So do not hold me responsible for this number. I can even do better, right? Now, these conversations will help you bring more confidence back. So tomorrow when you restart the ad, they will have realistic expectations about what to expect from the campaign. Yeah. So let's say you pause a campaign and you restart. Do you think you will get the same cost per order metrics? Let's say your post, and till posting, it was giving you a cost per order of 500. Now, let's say you restart the ad after 3 weeks or 4 weeks. Will it give you the same cost per order? Yeah, it's possible that some of the users who previously saw the ad, you have not reached them for some time. So it may not give you the same cost per order, right? So it may not convert as efficiently as it used to. So all of these aspects come up, but it's important to keep the communication with your management and your juniors in a manner where the expectations are set correctly. Especially in digital, very often your bosses will only remember these numbers. They will just think Simran did a campaign last time, or Soumya did a campaign last time, or she gave me 300 cost per order. And let's say Sean did a campaign or Sunil did a campaign, they gave me 400 cost per order. They may not remember what was the criteria in which you operated at, or did some of you have to shut down and restart some of the campaigns. Got it? Always try to bring that attention. And if you also notice, while discussing this ad performance and process, I gave you few cases, right? These are things that happen on a daily basis. Sometimes you may not need even a platform level expertise to predict what might happen. Like, for example, you are clear that if an ad is post and we restart after a bit, it may not give you the same delivery, correct? Or if I can pause a campaign in the middle, it may not give me the most optimum numbers. All of that is, like good commonsensical things that we can just assume, and always rely on that common sense and convey that well to your management. One aspect that you can, or the fourth aspect is audience insights. So whenever you run a campaign, let's say you notice that we combine and add up various different audiences to create ad sets, correct? You are combining X number of behaviors or interests to generate an audience segment. Now, if you see, let's say some of those audience segments have worked very well for you, always keep that audience segment saved. So, Facebook gives you that option also, so that in future, not always will they work at the same level, but it is a predictor that, acha, when I created a particular audience definition, it worked for me in one campaign. So you can actually carry forward and use that in another campaign. One more aspect here is that Facebook also depends on scale. So if you are running, let's say, a campaign at 500 rupees a day or 1,000 rupees a day, can we expect all the optimizations to work properly or the goals to be met as expected? We cannot, because all these algorithms are also in the end built for fairly large budgets and large brands. And that's very important to keep in mind. So I have seen, and this is a very important warning for all of you. Some of you, when you start digital, might join a smaller agency, or you might be working for a small company with very little budgets. Okay, so whenever you are working on small budgets, remind yourself that you may not see the best optimal performance of the campaign, because that might be designed to do a very different purpose. For example, think of a brand awareness campaign. Brands will typically use brand awareness campaign when they want to reach 1,000,000 or 1 crore or 1 billion people, right? So they are designed to reach a lot of people. Now, if you have just 1,000 rupees with you, and I have seen actually people do this, where they run brand awareness campaigns for very little money. It is reaching maybe 5,000 people in a week, 10,000 people in a week. In that 10,000 people also, maximum maybe 1,000 people might only remember you, or even not even that. Or the system itself has not had enough money to optimize and reach the right people. It may lead to very poor results. So always, use very simple common sense in your campaigns. And two is, whenever you are working for a smaller business or small agency, tell yourself, okay, whatever platform behavior I see might be also affected by the low scale that I am running the campaign. And that's why, if you notice, I spoke about the importance of trying to land or work with a bigger company or bigger agency, because by that I don't mean, okay, you have to work for the biggest companies, but companies of reasonable scale, so that you're also able to utilize the optimization features of your advertising platforms in the right manner. Now, coming to something called lead generation ads, and why we are dedicating some specific time for this is because these are very important for a lot of businesses, and many of you might actually need to run this. For example, let's say you're working for a dealer, an automotive dealer, right? Or dealer for, let's say, electronics or water heaters. Water heaters are a good example, right? For solar panels. So for solar panels, you would always have those local dealers who will visit local contacts and do the installations, right? In a lot of this, you may want to generate leads so that you can call them and convert. Or another industry is, educational tech, like a White Hat or a Byju's or anything, right? Where, let's say, you have to find parents of the kids. So it's not always the kids you're advertising to, but you want to specifically have a one-to-one conversation with a parent to convert, right? So generating those leads become very important, and therefore you have a specific campaigns called lead generation on Facebook. Now, the attractive part about this is that a lot of companies do not have like a proper website or a flow where they can record the answers. So, if you look at the lead, those go to 10 websites who ask you for some registration details, you will notice that each website or app has a different format. Now, if you give a different format to the user every time he clicks on a lead generation ad, the rate of completion might get affected, right? So therefore, what did Facebook do? So Facebook is aware that one, not all websites, not all businesses can have good landing pages, one. Two, from a user perspective also, the user doesn't want to fill the same details again and again, or fill the details in a different format on different websites. It will confuse the user. So Facebook came with a format where when you click on this lead generation ad, it opens a form within the Facebook environment itself. So the user feels familiar to that format. And very often, even some of the details are even pre-filled, right? And that standard formatting also helps. So let's say I am a customer and I fill lead for one of the brands, and I got used to that behavior. I could start filling a lot of leads later as well, right? So this was one kind of ads that never used to work when it was launched some 5-6 years back, because it was a new product. The average Facebook user also wasn't, did not have the habit of filling these ads. But over a period, what happened? Consumer confidence increased. They have understood that, okay, if I am filling up the ad for a car dealer, he's going to call me or he's going to give me a test ride. They know that these are real activities and they lead to some value for them, right? So over a period, even people who are not very tech savvy are filling up well, and these ads are performing really, really well. So you can give them trials, offers, product demos. In some cases, you fill up the details, take their email ID, you even send you a product brochure or a catalog. And this is how you can set it up. Here, one difference in a Facebook lead generation ad is, you may have noticed, you have to separately create a form. So it's in that form that people will fill up the answer. So there, Facebook itself gives you various options. Your form could have a small intro. You can decide what are the questions to ask. Yeah. And after completion, you may want to thank the customer. So all these options are there. You need not prepare a lot of things grounds up. You can go there, edit the form, add questions, add introductions, share your thank you screens. All of it can be done in about 10 to 15 minutes. And this is incredibly useful. And trust me, it can be even used to take some surveys. So if it's some simple surveys, not 10, 20 question surveys, but it's some 2, 3, 4 things to quickly ask customer and also give them some value at the end, like sending them a brochure or giving them a discount. You can run these for that purpose as well. The next step of a lead generation ad is an offline activity. Okay, and not an online activity. Very often, I'm just giving you a generalization. Okay, moving on. So you would notice that versus, when you guys were learning Facebook, Google, it's much more easier today, right? So that is a process that's naturally going to happen. So when you are learning that first platform, it gets a little bit of time to cut through, but over a period, it starts taking less and less of mental load. So now coming to the concept of a Facebook pixel. So it's very similar to the Google tag. So a pixel is simple. If you place a pixel in your site, it is this pixel that gives information back to Facebook. So when, for example, when we run a conversion ad, if the Facebook has to optimize based on conversions, it should know that a conversion happened in the platform.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
The job of a pixel is to fire whenever a conversion has happened and inform Facebook back. So very similar to, and click to see their source code, and you can see a Facebook pixel also there. Very simple. Now, this can be a smart way to impress your potential employer as well. Okay. And can someone take a guess as to how this can be used in the context of an interview? Think of you going to give an interview with the founder of a small company. Okay. And you are saying, hey, I know digital and I want to work and add some value to your platform. One great way to impress him is, for example, many of these young companies may not have even done a pixel integration. Got it? So what happens basically is, currently they may not be either running Facebook ads, maybe that's why they did not think of a pixel, or there might be some folks in the system who is not very knowledgeable, who did not complete the pixel integration and are just running ads without giving enough feedback to Facebook. Now, this might be creating a lot of trouble at that company. Got it? It may not be able to run a conversion centric ad or a traffic centric ad, and it might be just running, let's say, a reach ad or awareness ad, which don't necessarily need a pixel. So if you identify that pixels are not available in the main website or within the website, if you go to various pages, if you see pixels are missing, it's a good way to understand and actionable even before joining. Got it? Think of interviewing for a school or a local dealer. This could be one way you can give a suggestion right away. You can just tell them that, hey, I went to your I went to your website. I realized that some of the integrations are not done. So when I solve digital for you, or when I start running digital ads for you, I will also ensure that these and these things are fixed on your Facebook page, on your web page. And when you complete that integration, all of a sudden, the amount of metrics that you can show to your business owner or your manager is a lot more than what the previous guys would have done. Got it? Next is a concept called custom audiences. Now, custom audience, it just basically means whatever is the vocabulary meaning of that sentences. By custom means that you are creating an audience with a particular definition. Okay. So now, given pixels are integrated, what would happen is Facebook will start getting all this information. So the moment you integrate your pixel in your website, even if you are not doing a campaign, some information will keep getting populated within Facebook advertising manager, Facebook ads manager. So basically it will have the list of people who converted, list of people who came to a web page, etc. Now, all those lists will be there with Facebook. Yeah. So whenever you're running a campaign, you can use those rules here. For example, here LM is landing page. So all the definitions that you have created for various pixels. So you could have probably created one pixel for people who came to the checkout page but did not check out. All you have to do is call that pixel, and all the people who are mapped to that pixel will form a custom audience. Understood? So this way, based on all the website visit data or behaviors that people have shown on your e-commerce website or your content website, you can create various audiences. Now, if you notice here, it's written people who came to the LM but did not submit. Remember, this is just something that we named that pixel as. Got it? It's not something that Facebook came up with. You have to give names to pixels in a way where you can easily identify what that pixel stands for. So for example, in the current case, it will be people who came to the art, people added to cart but did not convert. So you have already named a pixel as in a descriptive definition, and you kept that pixel in that particular page of checkout. Every time somebody comes to that page, that pixel gets fired, and you can use the name of that exact pixel. So the person who created the pixel can recall the name of those pixels to create separate audiences. Now, custom audiences is a feature that corresponds to audiences from various sources. Got it? So currently, we discuss specifically website traffic. Same way, there are other kinds of custom audiences too. One example is app activity. So similar to website, what is the activity that takes within your mobile app? You can again do a Facebook integration with your mobile app. Typically, it's done through something called SDK. I'm not discussing that here because SDKs are slightly more complicated. It requires your tech team to really put off a bit of hard work to get that integrated. So very similar to pixels for website, you have SDKs for apps. In some cases, you can even do pixels in apps, but okay, let's forget that. But that is the app activity, right? Same way you can do a customer file also, right? So if you have a list of email IDs with you, given that it is big enough. So if it is 200 or 300, forget it. Facebook will not let you run a campaign. Given it is usually about 5,000 to 10,000 scale and even above, and these are subjective, because you not only upload a customer file, but you would, Facebook will also do some matches internally and see how many of those email IDs do Facebook understand. Because, for example, I have 3 email IDs, but I have signed into Facebook only on 1 email ID. So if Facebook is given an Umesh's email ID, which is not with Facebook, Facebook will not be able to tell that that customer is Umesh. Got it? So Although you may upload an email list of, let's say, 20,000, maybe only 15,000 email IDs will be matched or understood by Facebook. So that's basically a customer file. You have an option to upload an email ID or phone number, right? Other activities include offline activities or offline activity or engagement. Now, engagement is very similar to what we have discussed before, but usually that involves just the engagement on your Facebook or ads. On your Facebook ads or Instagram ads. So for example, if you want to run an ad specifically to people who clicked or engaged or left a comment or liked or whatever to a post, you can pick up those audiences and run. Again, given that audiences have enough size. Offline activity is when, if it's, for example, these are mostly integrations. When somebody, for example, telecalled your company and that particular user's detail gets stored and that phone number gets passed on to Facebook, etc. Those are integrations. You don't have to necessarily worry about it. So these are custom audiences, right? Now, coming specifically to how to get it done. So we discussed about, how you can upload audiences list to Facebook and, it will identify it as a custom audiences and run. So here, whenever you are uploading your files, you have to convert it into a CSV format, which is nothing. For example, Excel, your Microsoft Excel typically saves files as any of those Excel formats, XLSX, XLS, etc. You have an option to save any file from any spreadsheet app in a CSV format, .csv. .csv just means that it has only so basically, it just understands a simple language. If you are given a whole table, it cannot decide which row, which column to pick it up from. But you give it in a simple CSV format, which is nothing you have to do, just go change the format of the file on your computer and just upload. And I also, while answering a different question, mentioned about MailChimp, correct? So you can even download or upload it, download from your MailChimp. For example, MailChimp has your entire customer email data. And from there, you can create separate audiences, download it as a CSV file, just come to Facebook and upload. Yeah. So you have an option to upload email, phone number, and same way, there is something called a mobile advertiser ID. So this is basically, mobile advertiser ID is basically an ad ID or IDFA. Now this is to identify a particular person. So this is to identify, let's say, an Umesh, a Kanishka, Rahul, a Simran on the internet. What are ad IDs and IDFAs? And these are very important, okay? So what I am going to give you is not optional information. It is a must learn for digital folks. So what happens is, all our Android devices, think of all your phones, tablets, or Chromebook. Yeah. If it's a Google device, it will assign an advertising ID to that device. Got it? So each of your phone has a unique ID. So so it's like an email or phone number only, correct? It is helping you identify a user in the digital world and deliver a specific ad to that user. So in the Google world, whenever it is a Android device or a Chromebook or a tablet, Android tablet, it is given a mobile advertiser ID called ad ID. Whereas if it's an Apple device, it's called IDFA. And very often you have to upload these two lists separately. So that's why most often in campaigns, if it is based on ad IDs, you may have to separately create an Apple campaign and a Google campaign and an Android campaign, because they cannot be combined in one file. Understood? So in your campaign, you will typically set up two legs, one for Android and one for iOS. And usually marketers do not mind doing that. Can you take a guess why? It sounds like an operational hassle of having two different campaigns, but people don't mind. Why? So Android is a bit more democratic. I could have a 80,000 car device and have an Android, I can have a 5,000 rupee phone and have an Android. But iPhone usually corresponds to, even in the case of a second-hand device, a certain profile of users, correct? So very often what happens is these two users behave differently to a campaign. It's possible that iOS gives you a higher ROI than Apple. One. Two is iOS inventory and Apple inventory are also different, correct? Because your Apple Android user will use a lot of Google property, whereas an Apple user may use a different set of properties. They may not use that much Google because a lot of Google solutions are not built in. So the inventory is usually visible, different, especially in Google advertising. You will see a lot of difference between how an Android device performs versus a iOS segment performs. So usually marketers do not mind. So there are specific cases where you may open it up for both audiences and run one campaign. But in a lot of cases, running these as two campaigns are things that people do not mind at all, because sometimes just separating it out itself will help you give a lot more clarity, because otherwise you get a mixed response. Here instead you can look at these as two different universes and marry it, right? Marry your campaigning approach. Second is also, in future especially, what will happen is the amount of information an Android device passes back to a Facebook versus an Apple device passes back to a Facebook is very different. Okay, so the optimization level that a Facebook can do on these two device types also can be different. Therefore, the metrics or scale that you get can also be different. So fundamentally, in a lot of cases, marketers are completely happy running two separate campaigns for these two groups. So you may have the same objectives, but you may have a different budget, different run rate, different targeting for these two platforms. And here is the mechanism to create also. So very often when you upload and have that list, it will show you all the columns that are coming. You can pick which are the ones that you want to do and create your list. One more aspect of custom audiences is they're usually used for remarketing. So very often custom audiences are used a lot in remarketing campaigns. So the same mechanism that I discussed before, either you put a pixel on your website and use that to track, or you can use other email marketing methods, etc. to track. There is even an option to start a remarketing campaign very quickly from your ads manager. So you can just go to your ads manager, create a custom audience tab. Within that, just pick your website visitors, just tap off a button, and in a few minutes, your audience will be ready. Another aspect that of Facebook that's very useful is, of course, the audience insights tab, and it's very similar to YouTube or Google Ads or any other platform. You go to your audience insight tab, it will give you a lot of details about who visited your Facebook page, who engaged with your post, how did your videos do, how did your page followers increase, all of that. This is very simple, nothing too much to worry about, because Instagram is ultimately, in its backend, it's the same engine as Facebook that is serving the advertisement. Understood? The backend is the same. But only difference is the front end is slightly different. In an Instagram ad, obviously the kind of inventory that we have might be different. One, the inventory itself looks different. Second is the way people behave to this is also different. For example, on video, typically Instagram usually shows a much higher view through rate than Facebook. Usually, I'm just generalization, because Facebook may, I am slightly more disengaged. I am just browsing. I am reading a serious article on news also. I'm looking at a silly reel also. I'm looking at some learning material also. A lot of things could be happening on Facebook, whereas Instagram is a little bit more focused. So that behavior helps people to be, because people are a little bit more attentive or ready to spend more time on captive content. Typically, video ads have slightly better conversion on, view through rates on Instagram. And it will give you all other options. So instead of calling it static ad or display ad, typically you call it photo ads, which is your single image ads. You have an option for carousel. Now here, the funny thing about Instagram is, a carousel ad also looks a little bit like a normal ad, except these little buttons that you, dot lines that you see on top, and naturally people slide it to the right? So it's basically the same ad in the backend as Facebook, but it may have a different look and feel in the user interface of Instagram. One thing is that you may have to do a little bit of integration between your Instagram account and Facebook account. The procedure to do that is here. Need not worry about this. In a lot of cases, it might already get auto-linked. When you join a company also, it might have already gotten linked, so not much of a trouble. But one thing to always keep in mind is, and we discussed this in a previous session as well, within Instagram also, there are various kinds of accounts, right? In the case of Instagram, you could have a personal account.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Or a business account or a theme account. So you have to categorically go in and create a business account. So, I may have my personal account on my phone, on my Instagram app, as well as, let's say, if I have a business running in my hometown, I could create a separate page create a separate business account and operate both from my same app. It's that simple. So you have to definitely set up an Instagram account. Now, creating an ad, it's Facebook ads. Nothing is different. So the backend is just Facebook. In fact, in the past, Instagram never even had an advertising feature. Got it? So when Instagram was initially a pure social app, only had some less than 20 employees when Facebook even acquired them, 20 fixed employees, I remember. So Facebook realized that these guys have a great concept and this can be scaled further and monetized further. So 7-8 years back, they acquired Instagram, and with Facebook's power, etc., they started marketing Instagram much more. Had better product managers work on it with all the talent that Facebook had, and scaled this up to one of the top 5 social networking platforms in the world, right? And within that, they obviously need an advertising backend, which is nothing but same as what you see on Facebook. So you need not learn anything different structurally, because what are your objectives? How you define objectives? Same. So if you come to the next page, does this also look familiar? Identical. It's similar targeting, backend information. So if you do whatever you do on Instagram or Facebook anyway tracks both and has information. So backend is identical. Only difference is when you select the placements in the edit placement section, you have to specifically come and select Instagram. Now, if you do not select Instagram and if you leave it open also, some ads may go to Instagram, right? But if you want to particularly run Instagram ad, you should come and deselect other versions and run specifically for Instagram. And when you come to the next step, again, this looks identical. It was the same screen that you saw. All the ad options that you have will be there in Instagram as well on Facebook. But only thing is, the way this ad appears on Instagram may have slight difference. For example, a single image ad on Facebook newsfeed versus single image ad on Instagram newsfeed will look slightly different in terms of where the copy is placed. Copy means the text portion of the ad is placed. What ratio does the image appear, etc. So as an advertiser, we should also be prudent about this. A mistake that a lot of people make is that they will create an ad with only Facebook in mind, and in placements, he may keep Facebook, Instagram, everything selected. Now, the ad may look good in the Facebook preview, but in the Instagram preview, the ad may look slightly broken. There's a 10% chance that what works on Facebook may look odd on Instagram. So you have to go fix your creative and text copy in a manner that it works both for Facebook and Instagram. It's a little bit of a soft skill, but you will learn it once you run a few campaigns. You will have to adjust the image size a little or reduce the copy a little so that, whether it appears on Facebook or Instagram, it looks neat. Now, these are some of the important insights that you can derive. Obviously, impressions, it's very simple. It's how many times your ads went to a user. Reach shows the number of unique users who saw your various advertisements and posts. Website clicks. So very often, if it's a business profile, they allow you to put a URL in the profile, right? How many people clicked on it, it will show. How many people came to your profile, it will show. The Followers, how many people you gain versus lost is it also will show. Now, guys, why do you think it's important to monitor the fourth item, which is followers, and see how many people have followed you versus unfollowed you? So think of this as a bucket, right? And into this bucket, you're pouring water when you add new followers. But imagine there's a hole in the bucket and it's slowly draining water as well. Now, if you are losing more people than gaining, eventually everyone will unfollow you, correct? Which is reducing your overall reach, engagement, etc. So these are very critical to manage, and a lot of brands actually forget to do that. They notice these trends too late, whereas this is a metric that you should monitor after every post, after every campaign, just to see how it is reflecting in the market. All right, so we start with, now this is basically the premise of today's discussion, right? How do you start a career in digital marketing? And why we have articulated it this way is because some of you might be evaluating joining for this course, right? Some of you might be evaluating whether to do this course, right? But the important question that we should always ask ourselves is, hey, where do I get a start? If I am to enter this digital marketing universe, especially when this course is designed specifically for folks who are trying to dip their toes and make their first steps into this industry. This is probably one question that you may want to ask yourself, right? And very often trying to seek and understand, sometimes understanding that entry point and figuring out which domain should you select, which domain should you specialize in to get started in this world is a very good way of bringing in some objectivity into your thinking. So if you notice, the questions here are: one, why should we understand, learn, and bring in digitization? Second is, why should we learn, adopt, and practice digital marketing? So if you notice, there are two distinct spaces that I spoke about. One is digitization itself, correct? The second is a subdomain within that, which is more marketing specific or trying to cater to more marketing specific goals, and we call it digital marketing. So this is a quick overview. This is a publicly available and recently it was published in Economic Times tech page. Now, this speaks about India's digital revolution, right? If you see some of the numbers here, you can see there are 574 million users who use internet on a monthly basis, and it is supposed to grow further. Now, 574 million is, I think some of us are more comfortable with discussing in lakhs and crores. So this is about 57 crore people, and India has about 98 crore adults. And now within this, almost 60% of them use mobile devices or are on the internet on a monthly basis. And even within this, there is a great deal of people who are in rural India as well. So it's not like, it's just the city folks who are using it. There are also a lot of people in rural India. Now, what has that translated to, in a consumer context? If you notice, 10 years back or 12 years back, if we had to do a banking transaction, what will we do? We will just go to the bank, wait in the queue, take the token, when our chance comes, we go, we write a challa and we do this, right? Even the most educated folks in India would have followed this approach to banking. Versus today, you may have noticed even some senior folks or folks who may not have even used digital a few applications a few years back start banking either through apps like Paytm or PhonePe, or in some cases people use the banking apps provided by their respective banks. Now, in the case of some audience, you may have noticed they are still sophisticated enough to use a specific app, whereas some of these users, especially the ones who are new to using internet or new to doing internet transactions, they still take the help of much more simplified solutions like a payment wallet to do their banking. But the truth that we can cannot ignore is the fact that there's so many things that have changed all around us. And this is also one key aspect. A lot of people think of digital as something very technical, very hi-fi. It's not. Trust me, digital is way simpler than a lot of conventional domains. It's super easy. Most of you, I believe, are below 26, 27 years of age, and some of you are probably even 20 or 22, which means you guys are digital natives, or you've had a mobile phone even when you were in school, which means that this environment is something that you organically understand. Nobody had to sit down and teach you guys how to use Facebook or how to use TikTok. You just got on the app and you figured out. Correct? It's the same thing. Whenever you are thinking of as getting into this job market and working in this space, remember that it's just the extensions or the refinement of some of these basic skills that you need to have to be a successful digital marketer. Now, the trends that I discussed, if I summarize it, right, I told you the story about internet banking, right? It's all about technology growth and adoption, right? One, I did not know X technology, Y technology before. Now I know how to use it and make it a part of my daily lifestyle. Same way, this also results in a lot of consumer behavior change. For example, take banking itself. Few years back, we thought that, sure, if I go to a bank, it is safe. All my transactions are happening right in front of me. And that gives you a much more sense of safety, right? Rather than giving your check to somebody and ask them to deposit, or, getting somebody to transact on your behalf. Very often you like that.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Versus today, people do not like that, right? They, if you ask somebody to just go to the bank for withdrawing cash or making a payment, they would absolutely hate it. Our consumer behavior has also been shaped over the years. And now when it comes to, now that's like a consumer behavior and a customer point of view. Now, what do businesses do? Businesses basically either, drive a digital growth or by technology growth or adoption, or latch on to a consumer behavior to make profit, right? Now, in the business context, what has happened to businesses? Sometime back, I have seen people incorrectly classify business as, hey, this is a digital business versus this is a traditional business. For example, automotive, people thought that, hey, I go into the showroom and I buy a car, therefore it should be a traditional business. Whereas I'm buying something online, buying a computer online. So an e-commerce is a digital business. This is very inaccurate, okay? To call something digital, traditional, non-digital, digital, etc. The truth is, all businesses have some, either they are completely digital based or will have some element which is already digitized or can be digitized. If you think that, hey, my family's business, or let's say the job role that I am in, doesn't have anything to do with digital, then you are wrong. There is always some scope for you to apply a digital solutioning. An easiest example is this. Think of yourself as working in a dealership, now a car dealership, and you are a sales manager. Your job is, of course, to interact with the potential buyer, give him details of the car, give him a test ride. Okay, all of that work is non-digital or traditional. But is your role restricted just to that? It may not be. You might be getting your leads from running some digital ads. It might be local search ads that might be getting you lead generation. Then your work business is digital. A part of your sales is digital. Two, when you try to close the deal with the customer, a lot of invoices cataloging. A lot of them could be shared digitally, correct? So there's always some aspect of your work which is digital in nature. If that's not digital today, in future it might become digital. So we have seen the customer context, business context, and now we are coming to the marketing context. So basically marketing comprises of three elements. One, a marketing manager has to understand what do the consumer want? What is his profile, right? How do I transact with him? How do I get him to buy my product, correct? Once you understand the customer, you build out a communication. It could be an advertisement, it could be a catalog, it could be a blog post, right? You build a communication that will help you talk to this customer and you will reach them through the right channel. So, in an older world, it might have been TV, radio, or even you are sending some flyers, or or you're going door to door and converting the customer. So you have to find out the channel to market to the customer. Now, within the digital context, this marketing landscape has evolved slightly. A consumer understanding, not a lot of changes. Building the right communication, yes, a lot of changes, but not too many changes. But where there is a drastic difference in approaches, how we reach them. So in the past, it would have been just TV, right? Or print, versus today, when you have to like run through a digital channel, you have to learn them in a very different manner. You may have to start learning search, you may have to start learning paid advertising on Facebook, right? You may have to learn email marketing. All of this are fairly technical things, and therefore when you come and take a digital marketing course also, a lot of emphasis is going to be on this particular aspect in terms of building a channel understanding. Okay, now coming back to the point that we discussed before, if you are, whatever role that you have, you might be owning a small business today, you might already be a marketing manager, and I gave already the examples of dealers and sales managers. Whatever is the job that you are into, there is always some scope for digital. Now, one more thing, forget, let's say you are in a company and you're doing any other role, whether it's analyst, category manager, brand manager, even in your roles, an understanding of digital can significantly enhance your performance. Okay, cool. We'll just move on, and I will walk you through a very quick case study. Right. One is, now check for this list of some of the roles that have come up in digital marketing. Now, the interesting part of these roles is that 10 years back or 15 years back, in the case of some of these roles, even as close as maybe 8 years back, this does not even exist. These are all new roles that have come up, and each of it requires a very different skill set. Now, that's the wonder about digital. So do not restrict to what you have today. In 10 years down the line, there will be more and more roles popping up. So it's very important that what we will do is we will go through a case study so that you can easily relate to various domains within digital. So this is a story of Shruti and Bittu. So the first thing that they need to figure out is how do they ensure that they reach potential customers. And obviously they are a new business, so it's not like they can go around start doing advertising campaigns or TV campaigns or anything like that, right? It's a small business, you're starting off, you want your initial set of customers whom you absolutely know are interested in subscribing your service, are about to get married, and you can convert them quickly. In this case, the first thing that they want to crack is search. So think of a customer when he starts searching for wedding planning solutions, he may just go to Google and just type in the search. Now, what Bittu should do is make sure that his website appears when somebody does a search. That is made possible through two techniques called search engine marketing and search engine optimization. So here, when somebody searched, various categories came up. Within that, the details are all listed, the location are all listed, right? Now, this is a world of search. Now, search is not just Google, even a Sulekha or a Just Dial where you can go complete your listing. Those are also search platforms. Interesting piece is that even YouTube or LinkedIn can work as search platform. So do not worry about it. Now, if somebody has to become a technical expert in search, they have to learn some of these technicalities. Now, to learn these aspects and how to apply them in business, you may have to pick up an independent digital marketing course and have someone with industry experience teach that to you. Once you learn the context, so for example, here from the business context of Bittu and Shruti, we figured that they need search, right? Understanding the scope of search in your business, like in this case, might require you to do some amount of learning in this space. And that's exactly what you get when you pick up a digital marketing course. And here are more parts of the JD, and you will notice that there are some tools also mentioned. So if somebody has to be good at search, they may have to learn a few tools like SEMrush, Google Analytics, Google Optimize, etc. So what you would need to do is to just make sure that you have enough certifications in this domain, or you go into a digital marketing course like the one that Intellipaat has, and you familiarize yourself with those platforms. One difference between SEO and SEM is as simple as this. SEO is organic. It means that it's only about websites visibility. You cannot put paid advertising into it. You have to probably make good content, make sure that your website lists on top. Whereas search engine marketing involves you paying Google to run ads. So do not worry about what these two are. Right now, at this point of time, you just have to get that overview that, okay, when do you need search? You need search when you want to absolutely convert the customers who have very high interest in your product. Now come to the next part. So Bittu and Shruti, once they start doing all these events, they have so many of these wedding pictures, correct? And they realize that if they have to reach more people and tell about their work, they may have to start their social media channels. So they would start working on Facebook, Instagram, or even Pinterest. They can also start doing content marketing, which could be, publication of those blogs, videos, etc. So here, if you notice, whenever a wedding photographer puts up a photo or a video, they don't necessarily put a lot of their branding, correct? Or they don't even put money behind it. The content is good, people check out the videos and photos, and if they like it, then they check, okay, who is the wedding planner or who is the photographer, and then they go to their service. Now that's an example of content marketing, and content marketing is fairly simple. Understand who your visitors are and build the right content for them. Another tool that can help you reach more people on social is paid advertising on Facebook. So in the previous instance, Bittu or Shruti was just putting up content on their Facebook page. Now, if they want to run Facebook ads, so you may have seen, right, in your Facebook feed itself, there are specific ads also, and there are post and content that people just put up that come into your feed organically also. So Facebook has a tool called Business Manager, and you may have to learn. So I've just given you some quick visuals of how a business manager looks like, but it's nothing but it's just a dashboard where you go in and set up and run campaigns. So you may have to learn how to operate Facebook's Business Manager if you have to run ads on Facebook. Just similar to, if you noticed, when we discussed search, we spoke about learning certain tools, correct? Same way, if you have to run Facebook or Instagram ads, you have to learn Business Manager. So this is Bittu and Shruti, and they have realized that, hey, if I want to build a good presence for me on social, I may have to create great content and put it up on various handles like Facebook or Instagram or Pinterest, right? And then I got into defining content marketing. Content marketing is nothing, but it involves creation of online material, which are videos or blogs or posts, which kind of like generates interest in your products or services. And then I spoke about Facebook Business Manager, which is nothing but a tool, a platform that's extended by Facebook, through which you can run paid advertisements as well. So sometimes you can generate good content, but it may not reach a lot of people. So you may have heard people complain that I put a content, only so and so many people saw it, but you may run paid ads to reach more and more people. Now I came to this part of Bitu's business where read up. So here, so Bitu has, let's say have done 50 weddings or 100 weddings, or in the process of doing this 50 or 100 weddings, probably they have about 500 people, 1,000 people who reached out to them with interest. So they have their contact numbers, email IDs, etc. Now, when this base increases, if they have to constantly be in touch with them, they may need to use email marketing. And email marketing can either be done on their own audience list, which is called first party list, or third party list, which is basically email addresses that they buy from the market. Like basically, you may have noticed you also get some emails from companies of which you are not a customer of, right? Somebody else is sending you that email. That usually happens through third party lists that are available in the market. And this email marketing uh, can be used to build stronger relationship with the customer, right? The easiest way to understand this, think of Amazon or Myntra or Flipkart. You may have noticed they send you a lot of emails regularly about promotions, correct? Or if you do not use the app for a long period of time, they may come back to you saying that, hey, I have not seen you in 3 months. Come use this 500 rupee coupon and do a transaction and get an additional discount, right? So it can help you build retention, loyalty, engagement. And now when I'm talking about larger companies like an Amazon or a Myntra or a Swiggy or an Ola, the customer base could be in millions and crores. So you will need a lot of tools to manage the emails that goes to the customer. And very often that is done by platforms like CleverTap, Gamuga, or HubSpot. So if you want to use email marketing, if you want in your business, or if you want to learn email marketing for a job, you may have to learn these platforms. And very often they are used along with push notifications or SMS. So, for customer relationship management, it's just not email. I gave email as an easy example, but you may have noticed the push notifications that come to you on your app, right? On your phone, or the SMSs that comes to you from a Flipkart or a Myntra, they're all getting sent through marketing automation tools. So here's an example of a job role in the email marketing space. Interesting part is, if you see this job description, it speaks about, let's say, having good grammar, spelling, proofread emails, personalization, localization, correct? Marrying your email strategy with other marketing campaigns that the brand runs, all of that, right? So email marketing is not just technical, it has a lot of soft skills also and qualitative skills also that are involved. Now coming to the last aspect. Now think of Shadi Mubarak. They have grown really, really big, and now they have realized, hey, I should not just do wedding planning. I can start a designer wear and list it on my website, because I may have consumers who might be interested in that, right? When it comes to much more nuanced category level sales, they may need a much more sophisticated website, correct? So they will have a web page where all of these activities are listed, all these categories are listed, and now for them to action out sales or devise the right customer strategy, they may want to understand, okay, what are the sources of traffic? Like, for example, there is a website. Do people just type in the name of the website and do they come? Or do they get the website link from any other content marketing that they have done, right? Or they run a Google display network ad or Facebook ad, and people click on that ad and landed on the website. So they want to know where do people come from, right? And they also want to understand, hey, how many people visit every day, right? And within that, specifically things like bounce rates or navigational behavior. Do not worry about what this is. This bounce rate is basically how many people just leave the website after coming. Or navigational behavior is more like from page A to page B to page C, how do they move around? Do they go back? What is the general behavior? All of this will help them customize the right solutions for the customer. And for this, they may need solutions like Google Analytics. So that's why you need analytics platforms in digital. So when you hear analytics in the digital environment, do not get scared. Very often, these are platforms like Google Analytics or Adobe Analytics, which helps you understand consumer behavior. So if you look here, you can see reports me, you can see real time audiences, acquisition. Acquisition basically means new customers. What are the behavior? What are the number of conversions or sales? All of this information is available. And when you learn a digital marketing analytics tool, this is what you understand. How is your website behaving, app behaving, and how can you optimize your marketing? So now that I've given a quick overview, taking this small and relatable business, but the ever-growing business of Bitu and Shruti, hate social media. I know a lot of people who have no interest in, let's say, they don't even use a TikTok or a Facebook. But this guy wants to be a social media marketer. It's very unlikely, right? You should have a natural interest to work in a particular domain. So identifying our interests, strengths, weaknesses, and then mapping it to the correct domain can help us a lot. Next is, once you have that entry, figure out how are you going to learn through your career. How will you get your first placement, right? How will you network? Network in the sense that, for example, when you actually did that LinkedIn activity, when you go back and do that LinkedIn activity, you're doing networking. You're finding people in a certain domain. You are connecting with them, sending them a request so that you see their updates tomorrow. And you even go through their profile to understand what are the skill sets they have, what is the career path they have, etc. All of this helps you figure out what is your growth path in the future. Let's say you are 21-year-old starting in digital today. What should your career look like? What should your package, in terms of your salary, compensation look like 3 years, 5 years, 10 years down the line, etc.
So coming to the first point on this top digital marketing interview questions and answers set, it states briefly explain digital marketing. Well, one thing before even we get into the answer of this, make sure you do not get carried away because the question specifically says briefly, right? So make sure you keep it as concise as possible while answering this. So digital marketing is one of the world's most important domains right now in the case of online space, because this is exactly where we're trying to, put all the methodologies, terms, techniques, where we're scaling brands, products, and we're bringing a closer interaction between the customers and the people who are providing these for us, right? There are many things that when it comes to digital marketing, there's SEO, email marketing, social media marketing, and many other domains, many strategies, and of course this is an ocean in itself. So this is something that you can use on understanding how you should answer this question. Coming to question number 2, it states, what are the types of digital marketing in the industry? Well, again, this is another question. Make sure you do not get carried away with the question. Understand that there are many types of digital marketing, and it is okay if you cannot state all the types, but at least 5 should help you out. We have email marketing, we have social media marketing, we have SEO, that is search engine marketing, then we have affiliate marketing, content marketing, search engine marketing, which is SEM, and of course PPC, which is pay per click advertising as well. So these are the mainframe, I'd like to call the foundational aspects of digital marketing types, and there are many others. And with every single day that we're trying to cater to a wider variety of audience, there are more methods that are being created as well. Coming to question number 3, it states, please define SEO in brief. Well, SEO actually stands for search engine optimization, as you might already know. So what this is, it is a structured approach. It's a technical approach that we take in helping us drive a higher quality and of course a higher quantity of traffic onto the website as well. So our website may be of a brand, it might be of a product, or it might be of a service that we are offering. So considering all of this, you want more people to land on your website, right? You want the traffic rate to be increased. So this number that we put in, what we call as the incoming traffic rate, to increase all of that and to make sure that the people coming in are actually genuine, they're not spam bots, and they're they're of high quality in a way that when they come on the website, there's a good chance they're going to make a purchase and leave. So to cater to all of these things and to make sure that we do it all organically, we use SEO. So organically means we do not have to pay any sort of money to the search engines to get the website up in the rank, but we do it organically as well. So that is how you can approach this question. Coming to question number 4, it states, what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic to any website? Well, As we mentioned, right, since digital marketing is not a one-time solution for all the problems out there, so each individual problem has its own solution. So whenever someone asks you saying what are the top 5 ways to increase traffic, it is very subjective, because it really isn't possible to tell you the top 5 and say, hey, this will work for you, because that is wrong. So how do you answer this question, right? So make sure you pick up the top 5 methodologies which are well oiled. It means that there's a good chance that no matter what domain you're in, these 5 methodologies have proven to work before, and it should work for you as well. So we have SEO interlinking, we have content marketing, we have paid advertising, volume based catering, and of course email marketing as well. So these are some of the top 5 ways you can actually go on to increase traffic to any website regardless of what they're doing as well. And of course you can mention any other top ways to increase the traffic as well, but at least in my opinion, mention 3 or 4, and if possible do talk about them as well. See, there's a lot of things when it comes to paid advertising that you can talk about. There's a lot of things when it comes to interlinking, content marketing, and more as well. Coming to question number 5, it states, what are keywords? Why are they considered important in this domain? Well, keywords, as the name suggests, literally are the thing that people search for. So these are the words that people type in to search for something on a search engine or anything, right? So if you are implementing SEO in your strategy, and your website has to appear whenever someone searches for this, it means that this is the keyword that you're catering to. If someone searches in Google saying Nike women shoes, and if you are a person who's selling Nike women shoes, then you have to do everything you can to make sure you rank up higher on the Google search engine's first page, right? So if you do that, there's a good chance someone's going to come to your website, land on your website, make a purchase, and leave. So that's how this works. The most important thing about this is this: with keywords you can actually analyze it into a good amount of depth. You can go into the details of it. Keywords are used, keywords can be exploited if they're done correctly, and at the end of the day, if you do everything right, you will turn in more revenue if that is the base requirement of your digital marketing campaign. And of course it makes sure that you're putting your brand out there as well. So coming to question number 6, it states, where all can keywords be used to drive more traffic to a website? See, keywords can be used in a lot of places, right? So you can answer probably this question in multiple different ways. And if you just pause the video right now to think of an answer, I'm sure you guys will come up with a lot of ways, right? But the most important ways where keywords have a lot of impact is, when you have content which cater to the keyword in terms of the web page title, the web page URL, the meta description, the content you actually put on the website, and of course all of the headings as well. So if you use the keywords in these 5 places, right, there's a higher probability of driving in more traffic, because all the algorithms that work in the search engines, they'll crawl through these, they'll understand that you're catering for the keyword, and they'll want your website to rank as well. So coming to question number 7, it states, what are the 2 main ways of categorizing digital marketing? The 2 most important ways that we talk about marketing and digital marketing is inbound marketing and outbound marketing. See, inbound marketing is completely based on the customer, right? So you have a customer, or you have a set of customers that you're catering to. So you'll write blogs for that, you'll create social media channels, you'll talk about your product there, and you will just keep the entire scope, the entire focus on your customer and work on what's required to get your product out there. Now, when we're talking about outbound marketing is a little different, because here what we're trying to do is that we're trying to find the need for product requirement and how we can actually go on to provide it. Now, inbound marketing might cater to a smaller set of audience, but outbound marketing is definitely a huge audience as well, right? So think about putting billboards up. In the case of conventional marketing, you have televised advertisements, you have magazines, and all of these conventional methods which can be considered as outbound marketing, right? Even though inbound marketing, there's 90% of chances that it can cater in a more bigger audience compared to outbound in today's online world. But at the end of the day, there are subtle differences that exist, and it's just in the subtleties that we have these main ways of how we can categorize the working and what sort of clients, what sort of prospects the methods bring in as well. Coming to question number 8, it states, what are some of the most used digital marketing tools today? Again, there are many tools out there in the world of digital marketing, but then there are these top tools which, of course, you as a person watching this video should know, right? So there's Google Analytics, we have Ahrefs, we have MailChimp, we have the GKP or the Google Keyword Planner, we have Kissmetrics, Keyword Dictionary, SEMrush, Mossbar, and we have many other tools that we make use of digital marketing as well. So at least pick up on, let's say, 3 or 4 tools, or maybe 5 tools, and maybe give an introduction about one tool, and talk about it to show that you actually know that as well. So if you're on this video, I'm sure you guys might have used one of these tools. So whatever tool that you know out here, make sure to mention about that. Coming to question number 9 next, it states, what is pay-per-click advertising? Well, one thing you really have to understand is that pay-per-click is something which is extremely popular in the world of digital marketing. It is one of these methodologies where we actually have to spend money and we have to pay the advertiser, to actually put up the website. And whenever there's an advertisement that gets put up, and there's a small amount of money that gets transacted every time there's a person who clicks on this advertisement that's shown on the website. So, for example, if you probably are reading a blog somewhere, or if you're just browsing around on the internet, you will see an advertisement panel, right? So someone has paid that website owner to put up that advertisement, and as soon as you click that, there's a small transaction that happens in between the website owner and, of course, the person who asked for the advertisement to be put up as well. So it literally, as the name suggests, it's pay per click. So every time there's a click, there's a payment that happens, and money moves around in a very small amount, of course. So considering this is actually very popular, because this brings in a lot of different prospects at the end of the day, and it works. This is one of the most important methodologies that's widely used in digital marketing. Coming to question number 10, it says, what is black hat SEO? See, one thing you have to understand about black hat SEO or any other techniques that are used in SEO is that all of these techniques are aiming to get a higher ranking out of these search engines. So again, black hat SEO is one of these methods as well. It's this approach which says, no matter what, let's get the rank. So there's a lot of unethical things that get done here, because every search engine out there has its own guidelines that you have to follow. So if you're not complying with these guidelines, it means that it is unethical. You will be using a lot of methodologies which is not approved by the search engine people. And of course, when you keep doing this, right, think about link spamming, think about adding hidden links or fishy links and all of this. So when you're doing all of this, it will give you a huge surge in the ranking immediately. But of course, the surge that you get is short lasting. It is definitely not long lasting, because all of these search engines have extremely intelligent algorithms working in the back, and they can pick it up, and of course they can start deranking or delisting the website as well. So you might be wondering, why would they even require that short surge in ranking, right? So that is actually done to make sure that they might be catering to a quick sell and a quick get out. So in that policy, they'll come in, they'll get the website to rank, probably have the product to rank, get the word out there, and be done with it. So in that case, they're establishing their brand in a very rapid way. But to grow it, I would definitely suggest either using white hat or any other ethical method in digital marketing as well. And then there might be a follow-up question for after the black hat SEO question, which is, okay, so what is white hat SEO, right? See, white hat SEO on paper is one of the most used SEO techniques across the globe out there, because here you will be making use of a lot of techniques which is ethical, which is present in the guidelines of the search engine itself, to make sure that you're not doing anything wrong in the perspective of the search engine. So there's a lot of things that is involved in white hat SEO. It's website optimization, it's creating good quality content, adding backlinks, a lot of things where you will be doing everything legally, you'll be doing everything ethically to make sure that you get a very good rank as well. Of course, you will not see a huge surge in rank, and of course the landing traffic as black hat SEO, but this is a slow and steady growth, and this anything slow and steady, it usually tends to outlast something which is very highly rapid paced, right? So in that particular case, that is white hat SEO. And then there's one more type, which is called as grey hat SEO. Grey hat SEO, as the name suggests, grey is a mixture in between white and black, literally, right? So in this case of SEO, that's the same as well. So it's basically a mixture of both white hat techniques and black hat techniques too. So the person, a grey hat SEO developer, what this person will do is he or she will make use of techniques from both the sides of the table. So one day you're working on something which is ethical, which is in the guidelines. The next day you might be working on spamming a little bit of internal links, or doing something fishy there, using the best of both cases get your website to rank. Now you might be wondering, why shouldn't everyone try this, right? See, there's a huge hit or miss that happens in gray hat SEO. Half of the time the algorithms cannot pick up gray hat, and most of the times they do, of course. But if it hits, then you'll get a huge surge in rank, and the search engine thinks it's ethical. If you do not, it means that you'll start getting delisted and deranked. So it is a literally flip of a coin. But then if it works really great, or it doesn't work at all. Of course, considering all of this, it's really best to stick to white hat SEO. Coming to question number 13, it states, can you state some methodologies that can be used to improve conversion rates? See, whenever we're talking about conversion rates, right, it's the ability of you catering to your audience with beautiful content, an aesthetically pleasing website, and providing good functionality as well. Now, if I have to go through 10 pages to buy a product, I definitely will not do it. This is the common consensus from thousands of people. That's why the e-commerce sites that are very popular today are keeping it as simple as possible. With probably 2 or 3 clicks of a button, you can purchase something. So to keep that kind of a good user experience is definitely something that will help in improving conversion rate. When we talk about conversion rate, it's basically when a person lands on the website, they're a prospect, right? They're just looking around. When they start adding things to their cart, and once they actually make the purchase, they're a customer. So this entire goal of taking someone from a visitor and making them a customer is what we talk about when we think about conversion rates. And of course, it's always vital that there are new methodologies put in, but a good user experience definitely helps to drive the conversion rates.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
And then the 14th question states, what is Google AdWords? AdWords is actually, as the name suggests, it's advertising words. It's a short form. It's an advertising service that gets provided by Google, and it is one of the most widely used advertising service as well. Because here, what we're trying to do is it works very similar to PPC, and it's one of the world's most widely used PPC systems as well. Since it's Google, of course, everything is structured, everything is brilliantly made. It doesn't cost a lot, and you can have your budget set up. You can work on how you'll be working on payments, what sort of content that you have to display, how it has to be displayed, when, what, why. So you'll get a lot of flexibility for a small amount of money. It definitely isn't small if you're if it could be tough if you're a small time company, but at the end of the day, the returns that you get from AdWords is huge. So in that particular case, Google AdWords add a lot of value to the digital marketing campaign.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the most popular social networking site in the world? A. WhatsApp, B. LinkedIn, C. Facebook, D. Twitter. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to question number 15, it states, what is the difference between SEM and SEO in brief? One thing you have to know about SEM is that the basic difference lies in how it works. SEM stands for search engine marketing, while SEO stands for search engine optimization. With search engine marketing, what we're trying to do is we are purchasing advertisements on various search engines, and we are forcing our website to rank. So we are paying the search engine and asking them to get us to rank. With SEO, that's not the case, right? With SEO, everything is organic. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get use of all. So what we're trying to do is we make use of all of the top of the methods that we have, all the tools, all the techniques, and we're organically trying to bring in traffic. That means that we literally are not paying anyone anything. Of course, I mean the search engine, and we're bringing in a lot of traffic that way as well. So considering that, SEM and SEO work very differently, but at the end of the day, they have a common goal of bringing in more visitors to the website, having more landing rates, and a higher rank on the search engines too. Coming to the 16th question, it states, what social media channels are popular today in terms of digital marketing? See, whenever we think about social media, there's many forms of social media, right? There's social media for everything, and there's one new social media probably coming out every month. So, considering all of these, there are a lot of big guys, right? See, you have LinkedIn, you have Facebook, you have Instagram, you have Snapchat. In today's world of especially influencer marketing, Instagram is showing a lot of potential, and influencer marketing is an ocean of its own. And I'm sure if you're here, you might have already watched an influencer marketer pitch an item for you, or in fact, you yourself could be influencers as well. So, considering all of that, there are many types of social media. For example, LinkedIn is used for jobs. Facebook is a very good pipeline where you can actually learn a lot of things. You can market your products very subtly, bring in a lot of people, have a lot of discussion groups and all of that. And Instagram is where you can showcase your product and be trendy and all of that. So answer this question based on your knowledge about how much you use social media and how best do you think what each social media can cater to. Coming to question number 17, it states, why has digital marketing grown to be this huge compared to offline marketing? See, whenever we think about digital marketing, right, it has shown nothing but exponential growth over the past few years, and there's many reasons, right? So again, do not get carried away with this question because you can probably talk about this for half an hour straight. So keep 4 or 5 points in mind and make sure to talk about that. One thing about digital marketing is that you can directly cater to the customer's need if the customer is 1 kilometer away or 1,000 kilometers away, no matter what, right? It gives you that extra outreach. And of course, when you have a good exposure to the product, what happens is that you will understand your audience better, you will get better feedback, you will know how to work with it with conventional marketing, right? So you'll probably put an advertisement on a newspaper, and of course, it will reach a lot of houses. But at the end of the day, you will not get a feedback from these people saying they just read a newspaper, they see your advertisement and they're done. So they have no way to give you good amount of feedback immediately, and you cannot analyze as well, right? So if 10,000 newspapers got printed in one particular locality, doesn't mean that 10,000 people read your advertisement. So there's no way to track it. That advantage you have in digital marketing. And of course, you can be a person who's selling a product or having a brand in one part of India, and you have most of your clients in the USA as well. That's how it works with digital marketing. And most of the cases, you are basically open to the entire globe. And consider the newspaper example. Same, once you have it printed, once it goes out, if there are any changes that needs to be done, change in pricing, change in discount, or change in anything minor as well, it cannot be immediately done, right? But if you have a website with digital marketing, this change can be done immediately to make sure that you're not putting across maybe a wrong message or an incorrect message to your audience as well. So considering a lot of these points, digital marketing, there's a reason why it's popular, and I'm sure if you guys are on this video, I think you will know why as well. So coming to question number 18, it says explain AMP in brief. See, AMP is actually a short form. It's an abbreviation for what we call as accelerated mobile pages. So how AMP came about is that it was actually a brainchild of the people at Google and another very important social media platform, that's Twitter. AMP is actually an open source library. What it does is that it helps users to come up with a very simple web page without having to put much efforts into it. So what this does is this gives you quicker loading, and once you make use of AMP, what you're trying to do is you're making sure that your website doesn't take a long time to load, and that it really does not have to go through multiple platforms to be optimized for, and you really don't have to optimize it for every single website. So at the end of the day, the goal is to keep it simple. The goal is to load it quicker and to make sure that no matter where you view it from, no matter what browser you view the website from, it has to work fine. So to do all of that, we make use of accelerated mobile pages. And then coming to the 19th question, it states, how can you assess the impact of social media marketing? See, one thing it's very important that you have to know about digital marketing is the amount of money that you spend. You can track everything with metrics in today's world. There is nowhere that you'll have a blind investment and you will not know what you're getting, right? So in the case of social media marketing, you can check the number of followers. It can be Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, the number of likes you get, and how many leads, how many people are interested in the comment section to buy your product. You can have direct engagement, again same in the comment section, or they can DM you as well. In that particular case, you can talk about what they're happy about the product, why they're not happy, if they have issues that you would like to resolve. Content sharing with each others, of course, brand outreaching where you're trying to put yourself out there, subscription offers, and there's a lot of things in social media marketing. You can probably fill up the entire page, and maybe you don't even even have to think about it, but you can give 20 different metrics on how you can track social media marketing, right? So this is a pretty straightforward question, but it's very important that you actually talk about them as well. Coming to the 20th question, it states, why is email marketing considered as the most effective way of digital marketing out there? See, with email marketing, there's millions of mails that get sent every single day, right? So it has the outreach, it has the potential, and it has a good way of bridging the gap that exists between customers and providers. So keeping this in mind, there's a lot of things that goes in on the back end that proves that email marketing is one of the most efficient way, one of the most effective way in which you can actually reach your customers and drive results out of it as well. So considering all of that, it actually is a very nice way to convert your customers pretty quick. Question number 21 states, what is click-through rate? Click-through rate, this question can be also reframed as what is CTR. CTR stands for click-through rate. So it's basically the number of times someone actually landed on your website by either clicking on a promotion, clicking on an event, or clicking on any sort of advertisement as well. So this click-through rate will tell you about if your advertisements are working, if your promotions are working, if people are actually clicking on it to get on your website or not, and if they do, how many people are doing it as well. There's a lot of other metrics that you can track about how long they're on your website, what's the scroll depth, and a lot of things as well. But the basic thing about click-through rate is that if you have an advertisement as a barrier, or if you have the advertisement as a gateway, how many people are crossing through those gates. Coming to question number 22, it says, how is return on investment calculated, or how is ROI calculated, right? Again, a very simple question, but return on investment you really have to know is that it is a literal difference between sales amount and the investment in marketing. So whenever we talk about ROI in the case of digital marketing, what is the amount of money that you put out? What is the amount of money that you took out of the company to hire digital marketing experts, to buy digital marketing tools, to pay for search engine marketing or any other kind of marketing channels, pipelines and tools, and what is the actual sales that you made, or what is the actual outreach that you're getting. So once you calculate this difference, you will understand that that this is the amount you spent, X amount you spent, and Y amount is the return that you're actually getting back as well. It's a pretty simple thing, but there's a lot of companies who are very keen on holding a good return on investment, and with digital marketing it doesn't take a lot of skill to actually get good return on investment, considering the person whoever is working on the pipeline is an expert, of course. Coming to question number 23, it states, what is the difference between page sessions and page views? So the simple differences between a page session and a page view is that whenever we talk about a page session, it's when a person actually lands on a website every single time. That's a session. If a person is on the website, a session is created and they're either viewing one or more pages that are present on the website. That's a view, because they're actually interacting with the website and they're not bouncing off, right? So to track all of those metrics, we make use of page sessions and page views. Coming to question number 24, it says, what is the difference between Google AdSense and AdWords? So AdSense basically help the companies create all the spaces that's required for AdWords on their website, where they should put it up, what they should do, and how they should do it right. And AdWords, of course, they're advertisements, right? So in the entire Google's ecosystem, AdWords is the most famous PPC out there, the way you can put out advertisements. But if you have to think about talking about AdSense and AdWords, make sure you talk about how they work together as well, because working with AdSense means you'll be using AdWords, and working with AdWords only adds advantage if you are making use of AdSense as well. So having this kind of relationship between AdSense and AdWords is definitely something that you should talk about. But the basic differences is that AdSense helps in creation of spaces, while AdWords helps in posting advertisements. Moving to the 25th question, it says, what is your interest towards the field of digital marketing? See, with this question, the interviewer here is trying to assess what is your level of understanding in digital marketing, what is your level of commitment, and of course, the way you should answer this is, I cannot tell you one answer that's going to be right for you all, right? So you have to talk about your interests, your commitment to the field of digital marketing, and of course, your passion towards digital marketing as well. It can be something that has inspired you to pick up digital marketing, or that there's a problem that you are very good at solving, you have a knack for digital marketing, and people really like whenever you try to market a product, or you're very subtle with it, or whatever the reason is, right? So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use the foundational approach that I gave to go on to answer this question. Coming to question number 26, it says, what is the difference between do follow and no follow links in SEO? Do follow links, as the name suggests, will actually tell the search engine and its crawlers to follow through and come on the website and crawl around and find all the details that's required to provide indexability. Whenever we talk about no follow links is when you tell the search engine to not follow and to make sure that you will not use any of that to whatever links that you have put in your no follow part of the code, right? It means that you're telling the search engine to not actually consider all of that for ranking the website. That's the basic difference that exists in between do follow links and no follow links. There's another difference is that do follow links, yes, considering how they work, affects the ranking of the websites. But if you have put in a no follow link, no matter what you put there, you're telling the crawler not to get into that. So it really will not hurt your rank or influence it in any way. Coming to question number 27. It states, how can a platform such as YouTube be effectively used for digital marketing? With YouTube, I don't think I really have to stress a lot, right? Because it is one of these amazing digital marketing pipelines where there's millions and millions of people every single month. So whenever you think about it, this is one of those places where you can cater through videos to the people out there. You're watching this yourself on YouTube as well, right? So you will understand that we have a direct relationship with you guys. You will have a goal to the campaign. So we, of course, will have a goal to our own campaigns, and we'll be meeting that as well. So to drive healthy traffic to your websites, to get your rank up, and at the end of the day you will need a lot of good content as well. So it doesn't mean that no matter how aesthetically pleasing your video is, if your content is not good, it doesn't mean you will rank, because at the end of the day, in YouTube especially, content is extremely important. Your website should be good, it should be elegant, your videos must be informative, and only then, when all of these three things come together, you will have a successful YouTube campaign too. So whenever you're asked about this, of course you can add on more points and then talk about how you think YouTube is very effective in today's world of digital marketing as well. So coming to the 28th question, it states, which platform is looked at when candidates want to post or refer to job related advertisements? Whenever we think about anything related to jobs, the first social media that comes into mind is LinkedIn, right? Because this is one of the most famous social media out there for active job seekers, professionals, and whatnot. So if you're wondering if LinkedIn is the only place, well, no, there's a lot of other websites. There's InstaHire, there's Naukri, there's Shine.com, there's many other places, including Indeed.com as well. So all of these guys have the same goal of bringing together recruiters and, of course, bringing together candidates and giving them a common platform to express what they want and what they're getting out of the jobs as well. So of course, whenever you ask this question, I think it's a pretty straightforward question, and the answer would be LinkedIn, Naukri, Indeed, Shine, and all of these other famous social media platforms as well. Coming to question number 29, it says, how can you measure the success of a social media marketing campaign? See, whenever we talk about success of a social media campaign, it means that we have something solid to prove it by, right? For example, analytics. So you'll be using multiple metrics in the case of digital marketing to actually showcase that, something worked or something doesn't work. So you have to be a numbers person, and you can prove a lot with numbers too. You can check the number of clients, the number of leads, what's the traffic that's coming in, number of sales, how many conversions from prospects to customers. And of course, once you have details in depth about your website, about your entire campaign, about what your image is on the social media marketing platforms, basically you will get this direct correlation of what's happening, what's required, what are you doing, is it working or is it not working. So with all of these, you will have one close idea of understanding whether you're either close to your goals or you're moving away from your goals, and what is keeping you there as well. That's the most important part of how you should measure success with social media campaigns. And of course, with today's innovations, there's multiple tools out there that will help you do so. Coming to the 30th question, it states, why is an anchor tag used as an SEO practice? See, an anchor tag basically is the text that we use whenever we have to hyperlink anything, right? So basically, a hyperlink is a link that's embedded in the text, and as soon as you click on it, it takes you to the link that you have hyperlinked. So an anchor text is very, very important here, because this is how the content actually gets ranked on multiple search engines, right? So whenever you put out a website, it doesn't mean that it will always rank on Google or it'll always work on other search engines as well. There's DuckDuckGo, there's Yahoo, and there's many search engines apart from Google too. So in that particular case, hyperlinking is this connection, is this anchoring that states what you can actually have a way to assess of how your content ranks on multiple search engines, and it gives gives you the functionality of clicking on text and opening a new link as well. Coming to question number 31, it states, what are some of the disadvantages of digital marketing? See, one important thing whenever you're answering this question is that start by saying that there's multiple advantages, right? Because at the end of the day, with digital marketing, the advantages, no matter how small they are, they will outweigh all of the disadvantages out there, right? So, but then it doesn't mean that it doesn't have any disadvantages at all. There are many disadvantages too. So, whenever you're talking about disadvantages, it is just that it will create a very high transparency in case of pricing and competition, because as soon as you put out a price out there, your competition already knows what you're selling it at, and they can drop their price and you can lose a client as well. And then when we're talking about globalization means you will be competing with the entire world out there. So that will bring in a lot more competition too. And of course, with digital marketing, there is always a threat of cybersecurity. There's always a threat of privacy issues that will have to be worked on too. And it's not only just this, it's just that, whenever you're working on digital marketing, it can get really, really expensive to hire experts. And of course, it can get definitely expensive to buy all the tools, buy all the, understand all the methodologies. And at the end of the day, setting up a marketing pipeline, especially at the starting stages of your company, or if you've never had a digital marketing platform before, is going to be expensive. So, you can talk about these 4 points. These 4 points are extremely important in understanding the disadvantages of digital marketing. Now, coming to question number 32, it states, what are the limitations with respect to the number of characters in Google AdWords advertisement? This is a very, very, very important question, and this gets asked a lot. See, the most important thing is that they have asked you for 2 things. One is the number of characters in Google AdWords basically, and what are the limitations that you can put in, right? So whenever we talk about headings and subheadings, understand that you can have a maximum of 30 characters. But whenever we're talking about descriptions and subline texting, there you can have about 90 characters in length. So 30 for the headings and the subheadings, and for the descriptions, it has to not exceed 90 in length. So 90 characters specifically. So whenever you ask this question, it's a straightforward question with an extremely straightforward answer, so put it out that way. Coming to question number 33, it says, can you name any 5 email marketing tools that are widely used? Of course, I'm pretty sure you guys can name at least 3 or 4, right? So this question should not be of a high difficulty to you guys. So there's multiple tools out there, multiple email marketing tools specifically. You have ConvertKit, Autopilot, HubSpot, MailChimp, ActiveCampaign, and many, many other tools that are used out there. And of course, if you have used any of these tools, make sure to talk about your experience with the tools, what you think about the tool, to what level of proficiency you have used it. All of that will always add a lot of advantage to your candidature in the company as well. Coming to question number 34, it says, can you define the life cycle of a shopper on a website? See, this is a very simple question. It can be considered as a sales funnel as well, so right. So whenever someone comes on your website, as soon as they land on your website, they become prospects. Prospects is when they are actually looking around on your website. It's not as soon as they click on your website. It's basically as soon as they start clicking inside your website. As soon as they click on the website, they can actually bounce without doing anything. So don't be confused. Now, once they start interacting with your websites, they're looking to see if they can buy something or there is something that's interesting to them. And once they're interested, they'll actually give you a little bit of details, maybe that you're giving a subscription out, you're giving a discount out or something, or they're adding it to the cart and they want to purchase it. So once they start giving you their details and once they start putting items into their cart, they go from prospect to become converted as a lead. Now, the entire conversion, right? Whenever we talk about conversions, as we have talked about multiple times in this video, it's basically talking about them going from prospects to lead. And of course, once they make a purchase, after the sale is done, they become customers. So taking this interest in converting prospects into customers is exactly what we're talking about when we talk about the life cycle of a shopper on the website. And then coming to question number 35, it states, what are some of the bidding options that are available out there right now? Whenever you have to consider about paying for marketing, right? But there's two main important things, two main important bidding options out there. One is the CPA, as we call as cost per action, and then of course, as we discussed before, we have CPC as well. So cost per action, again, as the name suggests, whenever an action is performed on that particular advertisement, it means that there's a transaction happening. And CPC is a pretty simple way of advertising, as you already discussed, because as soon as the person has clicked through, then there's a transaction that happens. Now, the next question states, what are the top 5 C's of digital marketing? Well, the top 5 C's, as we call it, is actually depending on very important factors that play a huge role in digital marketing, right? They are content, their creativity, that's consistency, good communication, and of course, customization as well. So, whenever you talk about this, there's no order in answering to these, but do talk one or two lines about what each of them mean, right? For example, good quality content is essential. You have to be very creative in your digital marketing, because if you're doing everything that someone else is doing, you are not being creative. And then consistency, right? Of course, customers will love a consistent brand, and it will basically help you with your outreach. It will help you with your brand growth as well. And then when we talk about communication, yes, you need to have a good communication pipeline with your customers too, and direct communication is definitely preferred. And customization, right? Customization is very, very important. Now, so coming to question number 37, it states, can digital marketing completely replace traditional marketing in the future? Well, with this question, what the interviewer is trying to understand is that he or she wants to know how deep you know about the subject, or how well you have used digital marketing, right? So the best way to go on to answer this is to state real world examples and to say, hey, this is where people tried conventional marketing and people tried digital marketing, and this is where digital marketing worked. So real world examples are the way you're supposed to answer this question. And then, whenever we're talking about digital marketing too, so the most important thing that you have to understand here is that digital marketing is very, very strong today. It has a lot of perspectives, and it's forever growing to be a good entity, right? So no matter how much traditional marketing is trying to make a comeback, there's no way, in my opinion, that it can overpower digital marketing too. But instead of fighting it against each other, digital marketing versus traditional marketing, so instead it'll add a lot of value if you can make use of both digital marketing and traditional marketing as well. Now, coming to question number 38, it says, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in digital marketing? Again, if you are a good expert in digital marketing, make sure to rate yourself as honest as possible. That is very, very important, right? So if you are a beginner and if you say, I rate myself 9.5, you might be asked extremely technical questions, or you might be asked questions in depth that you might not be able to answer. So but that doesn't mean that you have to rate yourself very low. That will hurt your confidence as well. So the interviewer itself, right, in this particular question, he or she is trying to see how spontaneous you are, what's your confidence level, and how well do you know the subject. So completely based on what you're trying to achieve in your digital marketing career, at wherever you are. You might be a fresher, you might be a person intermediate user or an expert. Answer it as honestly as possible. That is important with question number 38. Now, moving to the next question, it says, why are you applying for the digital marketing role in our company? See, one important thing that you really have to know is that whenever you are answering this question, which says why digital marketing, you have to talk about how you will fit into their company, right? They're specifically asking you, why are you applying for our company? So talk about their company, talk about what experiences you have or what education you have, and how best you can use those skills to drive that particular company to success. So doing all of this, you will require some basic stuff. You need to know what the company is, what they do, what is the audience they cater to, what's the job description, what's the compensation they're providing, of course, and every detail of the company is going to help you in a way where you can shape your answer perfectly for this this question as well. So I cannot give you one answer and say that this is how you are supposed to answer. This is a question where you can have a good amount of freedom while answering the question as well. Now, coming to question number 40, it says, has your prior education helped you with digital marketing in any way? Again, this is another important question that depends on you. If your prior education actually helped with digital marketing, talk about the latest courses, or talk about the latest program that you finished in college. If you worked on something which is very different from digital marketing, do talk about how that helped you shape your digital marketing career in a way that you are right now. Of course, if you had a direct digital marketing career, or learning in college or school or something, you can tell that directly. But if it doesn't, don't just say no, education hasn't helped me with digital marketing. That's not the right way to answer. The right way is to say, even though you never started out with digital marketing at the start, but there are a lot of other things that definitely put the thought in your mind about how you can work your way towards becoming a digital marketing expert as well. So talk about all of that, and it's very important too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, how can we create new leads for the marketing pipeline? Well, how do you create new leads, right? It's the most important question the interviewer can ask to you. There's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but the most important thing is that you have to understand and analyze the sales funnels and all the techniques that goes into building that tunnel and seeing it through.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of digital marketing by answering this question. Which of the following is the process of optimizing your website to rank higher in the search engine result pages? A. SEO, B. B2C, C. PPC, D. B2B. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to Intellipaat to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Apart from all of that, again, there's so many things that you can do. You can start with customizing the content, driving a better user experience, making sure your website is very responsive, or maybe you're driving a very good campaign on social media that you want to bring over for conversion of people. And of course, there's many different ways that you can create new leads, right? Most of the time, it is usually social media marketing or email marketing that brings in the most number of leads for marketing, but it depends on what the company is doing too, right? So there's a lot of ways you can answer this question, but you can use my approach as a foundational one and then work on that. Coming to question number 42, it states, what are the latest trends in digital marketing today? Well, what are the latest trends? Again, it's a very subjective question, right? Because what's today's trend is something that there's a good chance it's going to be outdated tomorrow. But as of now, what's trending is people putting out long form videos. People are actually concerned about the content that they put out for their product. People give you personalized content, and this is something which is extremely important, and I really like it. There's voice searching, there's Google Discover, there's virtual reality, there's augmented reality. So there's a lot of ways that companies are trying to get in touch and impress prospects into converting them into customers. And it's just not these 5 or 6 that I've mentioned on your screen, right? You can probably name 10 or 15 things that's trending right now, but you do not have to stress on anything. Just make sure that this is how people are doing it. If you can give a real world example, for example, IKEA is a store that gives you this virtual reality app where you can click videos in your room by placing furniture right there, even though you have not made a purchase, right? So that's something which is going to attract a lot of sales too, because someone who's on their phone can literally see what the sofa or the what the cushions look like in their house, even though it's not there. That kind of flexibility brings in a lot more customers. So talk about some real world examples of that, something that's trending right now, and that should help with your answer as well. So coming to question number 43, it states, what is viral marketing? Viral marketing, as the name suggests, is taking up an effective form of marketing in a way where it grows really quick. Whenever we say that the video went viral or that concept went viral, right, it means that it grew really quickly and that people really liked it. There was a lot of rapid expansion happening. There's a lot of rapid interaction happening between the customer, the product, the brand, or the people who are using it on the internet, right? Things go extremely viral on the internet every now and then. So every day there can be something that's viral. So in that particular case, there's a lot of competition here. It doesn't mean if you find one thing which goes viral that your entire marketing campaign will stay that way, but it is a very good way to put your brand out there really quickly to friends, to families, or anyone else too. Now that we're living in a pandemic, there's a situation where not many people were wearing masks before the pandemic, right? Because mostly we were wearing it for, let's say, pollution or something. Now masks went viral because it went viral for a very important reason, is that it's extremely effective. Everyone out there needs to wear a mask right now. Now, considering all of that, if you see the marketing that went into it, right, even though much marketing didn't go into it, the demand itself made it viral. So that is another way you can approach viral marketing too. And of course, telling that out should add value to your candidature too. Coming to question number 44, it states, what do on-page and off-page SEO optimization methods mean? Whenever we talk about off-page SEO, right, it literally states doing all the things and using all the methodologies and the processes which will bring in, it will basically add to your rank. Even on-page SEO adds to your rank, but on-page, as the name suggests, is everything that is on the page. So it literally talks about the structure of the website, the content that you have put in, the way your user experience is driven, how well your website loads, how quickly it loads, does it work really good on a mobile platform. So doing everything on your page and of course away from it is the basic difference it lies in, as you can basically see from the name of off-page SEO and on-page SEO as well. So coming to question number 45, it states, can you explain some scenarios where bad links are used? See, this is a lot of unethical things sometimes when we're making use of bad links. There are many scenarios that lead to it, right? For example, you'll be using paid links, you'll be using links which are unrelated or very, very far away from the topic. That's not good. You'll be making use of links that are either spammy or they're flagged by the search engine saying this is not right, you're not supposed to use it. And of course, you can start spamming variety of link exchange sites. You can go on to media and you can have this kind of a shout out for a shout out kind of a concept and spam each other out. And of course, it's not just that, right? You can have one single anchor from multiple sites causing spam again. So using these kind of links in these kind of scenarios, it is definitely bad as per the ethics of search engines at least. Now, coming to the 46th question, it says, what are the necessary steps that are taken to avoid a rank penalty? See, a rank penalty is when a search engine has actually started deranking you or they're putting your rank down for a reason. So how can you avoid this? And doing this will give you a better rank, of course. So how can you do it? You should stop linking yourself to another website which might have a bad ranking. Doing that will definitely help you rank better. Avoid using poison words, avoid using these kind of catchy clickbaity words whenever you're using hypertexting. Make sure that there is zero plagiarism on all levels of content creation and content optimization as well. And one important thing is that make sure you do not redirect through your refresh meta tags. And this is a very, very important point. Point number 3 and point number 4 are probably the most important things that you should do to avoid penalty. But yes, this is a very important question that will definitely be asked in my opinion. So have these 4 points as the foundation to approach this and answer it too. And now coming to the 47th question, it says, what is your plan after joining this digital marketing role? See, one important thing that you have to talk about is how you have the capability and the understanding to know about the company and how you can start working with them at the earliest, right? See, it's not that you just go there day one and by the end of day one, you have done a lot of things. You'll have to start with understanding how things are already there, how well you fit into the company, where you fit into the company, what kind of a structured plan that you have to either lead the team or to be a part of the team itself. And then you can work on implementing the plan that you have, verifying it, sitting with your board members or whatever it is. I have multiple iterations. That's the important thing. Iterating this and doing it in a loop where you'll find a new plan, you'll implement that plan, try to see if it worked or not, find a new plan, implement it again. So this looping thing that goes on is very important too. So again, use this as a foundation, but answer it to the best of your ability too. Coming to question number 48, it states, do you have any previous experience in the digital marketing industry? Well, this question can be asked both for freshers and experienced professionals as well. For freshers, if you have any experience learning and making use of digital marketing in the industry, you can talk about that. You can talk about certification programs. But then if you are a person who has a work experience before, make sure you elaborate on that, talk about it. But if you're a fresher, guys, one important thing is don't say, no, I do not have any experience. Keep the important aspect of saying no as less as possible. It doesn't mean you have to say yes, even though you have not done it. What I'm trying to say is do not say no, but talk about, come to the point, but take an out of the box solution, right? So if you're a fresher who might have been a product of digital marketing or you've marketed something probably away from your career as well as a hobby or something, talk about that, because no matter what you say, anything apart from no, I haven't done it, will add some sort of value to your candidature. It's very important that you know that. And then coming to the 49th question, it says, do you possess any other skill that can add value to this digital marketing role? See, there are many skills that you might already have whenever you're thinking about digital marketing. So if you have any other skill that you think is going to add a lot of value apart from what you have mentioned on your resume or apart from the initial discussions that you might have had, talk about that. For example, you might be extremely good at tracking analytics. You might be very good at designing an entire end-to-end digital marketing campaign program, even though you might be applying for a very basic role. You might have the capability to lead a team. You might have extremely good communication skills, very good project management skills, skills and all of that, right? So whatever skills that you possess which you directly haven't mentioned on your resume or haven't conveyed to the interviewer, this is the chance to do that, because this will add a lot of value to you as an interviewee there, basically, because to convince recruiters is not easy in today's world, but you can make it very easy if you know how tactfully you should answer these questions as well. Now, coming to the final question, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process? Well, certifications, you will know the numerous advantages that you will have, right? You will be open to jobs, you will be certified by top companies out there, you will be working with professionals across the globe who would have taught you the courses, the certification programs and whatnot. So you will know that you will have a plethora of advantages. But what should you do to convey this to the interviewer? Well, the interviewer will know that if you have had a certification program, that it means you're serious about this particular career, that you're putting your time, your dedication, your effort, your money into becoming an expert and having, making a change in the world out there. And let's say if you're a person who's coming from a background of electrical engineering and now you want to become an expert in digital marketing, you picked up a certification course and you completed it with all the good hands-on projects and the industry level exposure that it provides, it means that the interviewer will know that you have a strong aspiration, you have a passion towards this particular domain, and that you have the capability to learn really quick and learn in a structured way, of course. So this is what you should be conveying. Now, how do you do that? Well, to do that, if you have multiple certifications, of course, name the multiple certifications that you have done in the case of digital marketing. But instead of just talking about what all you've learned and what's the program all about, don't do that. Talk about how you have used it. Talk about the practical experience that you can drive out of these programs. Talk about how best that you have used the program. So talking about that, telling about how you have solved a practical problem is definitely going to add a lot of value to your candidature too.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat provides digital marketing online training in partnership with SPJIMR, mentored by industry experts. The course link is given in the description below.